Alright, at last we are back and ready to roll with some more Galaxy 2. We took a bit of a break last week for a variety of reasons, but now we're ready to continue right where we left off in the special world. So let's go boot up the game and get this show on the road. Hello everybody, how are we doing in this fine and lovely day? You enjoyed the extra hour of sleep you got last night? Well, I'm assuming you live in a part of the world where daylight saving time actually ended this weekend, because I know for some parts of the world that happened last week, because the world is crazy and stupid. Well, the daylight saving time is crazy and stupid, I should say. Who was I for Halloween? Me. I was me. That was my grand, bold costume choice, was to go as to go about my day as me. How was my Halloween? Well, yeah, as implied by my answer, I've never been really a big Halloween person. It's never been a holiday that I've been too keen on celebrating, so I don't trick-or-treat anymore. I just kind of facilitate the trick-or-treating of others. Wait. Oh shit, did I just... Oh, I didn't even realize. I was so distracted. I didn't I think they just... I think they buried the congratulations for completing Super Mario Galaxy 2 message in Mailtoad, because they don't have the message board system anymore on the Switch, so they have to send it as a letter through Mailtoad, which I guess makes sense. It's PS, see you in Special World. Okay, and they saved a photo to the album, alright. I sent the picture to System album, alright, that's a nice compromise, I suppose. Watch weapons? Yes! Yes, I concur with that sentiment. Watch weapons. Weapons is fantastic. And I struggle to decide whether I prefer Sinners or Weapons. It is a tight race between those two movies. I don't know. Sinners and Weapons are both absolutely extraordinary feats of horror filmmaking. Can you believe it? This must be that strange, legendary world we've been hearing rumors about. There are even more Power Stars around here, so let's go get them, Captain. Yes, sir. Did I said I had no interest in Tron Aegis? Aegis? I think you mean Tron Ares, but Sodom and Litterboxed. Yeah, so the short version for why I ended up watching Tron Ares is because I originally had plans on... Well, Brooks was in town for a little bit, so we wanted to meet up, get lunch, see a movie. And the movie we were originally planning on seeing was The Black Phone 2. Not because I had actually watched The Black Phone 1, because he had watched The Black Phone 1, and Black Phone 2 sounded like something that would interest me. So I planned on watching The Black Phone 1 before we saw it. But then I watched the movie, and I was so thoroughly impressed by what I watched, and I was like, man, that is such an incredible movie with such an incredibly airtight story that ends so perfectly. I kind of don't want this, like, you don't need to continue this. Nothing about this story lends itself to a continuation, so why bother? And the answer, of course, as it always is because the original made a lot of money on a really slim budget, so naturally it's a no-brainer for a studio to want to continue that. But I am not a studio, and I didn't really want to see it potentially get ruined. And then I did a little more research, and I found out that apparently the sequel has not been particularly warmly received by critics or audiences, for that matter. So I'm just like, now I have even less incentive to want to watch this. And then, wow, he really snuck underneath that just to kill me. That's cool. That's the cherry on top. I discovered that apparently the sequel is an entirely different type of movie. It's, rather than being a psychological thriller kind of thing, it's just like, what if we killed children in increasingly gratuitous and violent ways for no reason? They just made it essentially a slasher flick, like a supernatural horror kind of thing, which is not at all what the original was. So just really every possible reason, because I already don't like watching gratuitous gore in movies and TV. But you know what I really don't like? Watching gratuitous gore and violence applied to children. That is like a bottom of the list of things that I enjoy. No, thank you, under any circumstances. So, at this point I was just like, desperate to not watch The Black Phone 2. So I told him like, hey, I really don't want to see this. It's not got great reviews. I'll let you pick literally any other movie you want. I don't want to watch this. So he picks Tron Ares because he grew up watching the Tron movies. And I'm like, you know what? Sure. I don't care about Tron, but that's better than than The Black Phone 2, which is a movie that I am actively interested in never watching. So, yeah, that's how that happened. I don't care much for Tron Ares. I mean, it was fun, but I've already forgotten most of it. It's, yeah, I can't tell if the movie would work better or worse for a diehard Tron fan. Because there is a lot of stuff in it that is clearly like, hey, remember the old thing? Remember nostalgia? Remember the other movies? Like, even though I didn't see them, it's kind of like in No Way Home when the scene when Andrew's Spider-Man saves MJ. It's like, even if you have no familiarity with the Amazing Spider-Man movies, the way it's framed, you can just tell that it's oh, this is a payoff, right? So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I just don't know how diehard Tron fans would respond to it. Whether it would feel like pandering or genuine emotional payoffs. I don't know. But yeah, I saw it, and it's already been flushed out of my brain. Have I seen the first Tron movie? No, I have not seen. The only exposure I have to Tron is 3 things. 1, the Tron scene in Ralph Breaks the Internet. 2, riding the Tron light cycle run at Magic Kingdom. 3, watching Tron Air Race. And also, technically 4, just the knowledge that I have that Tron was a huge inspiration for the original creative team behind Toy Story, where they saw an early screening of Tron and were like, wow, that's amazing. What can we do with this technology? And the rest is history. Final chapter, Light. Mari was fed up and exhausted. She'd been awoken too many times. I'm sure this place is just as beautiful as all the other boring worlds. She had been on such a long journey that she was starting to reach her limit. Her sense of time and space had broken down long ago. Her memories were scattered like a hazy dream. She felt dizzy, like the time she gorged on Starbits and became overwhelmed by their sweetness. And then another time, it felt like I was drowning in honey. The time before that, it felt like I was trapped in a cage. And before that, I forget. Well, whatever. Just then, Mari spotted a red planet and decided to visit its residents. Hello there. How are you? This planet looks pretty old. In fact, it may have lived a little too long. Looks like it could explode at any moment. The residents didn't seem to understand. Instead, they just ran away when she approached. But that's how it always went. So she just wished them well and continued on her way. May the stars shine down on you. Soon after, Mari looked out into space and saw a pink comet hurtling past. She approached it and said, Hello there. Looks like you're in a hurry. Life may seem long, but it actually moves pretty quickly. So moving as fast as you are is a great way to experience as much as you can. The comet replied, You're a tiny one, yet you talk of life as a grown-up. Who do you think you are? And where'd you come from? Mari sighed, as if she had been asked those questions before. Who I am? Where I'm from? I don't remember stuff like that. Do you really think those things are important anyway? The comet was so shocked by Mari's response, it nearly crashed into a star. It's pointless to remember stuff. We just repeat the same cycles over and over. So just forget about me, and I'll forget about you, and then we'll both be on to the next thing. The comet said, You're quite the peculiar little one out here on your own. You should go home to your mama. Mari scoffed as the comet drifted away. Mama? What is that word? It sounds sort of familiar, but I'm not sure why. Well, whatever. It was time for a rest anyway. The next world Mari awoke to was pitch black. There was no life, and the stars had yet to be born. The galaxy was just about to take shape. But even in a place with no light, with nothing at all, Mari wasn't bored. She would become a star again soon, so she just needed to wait. I remember hearing that a Luma can become a star in order to help someone special, but I've never served any purpose as a star. Who was it that told me that anyway? Well, whatever. Mari liked the endless darkness. She preferred it, in fact. She found light bothersome. What's that? She saw a glimmer in the darkness, and a familiar feeling washed over her. Could that be Lou? It must be. I remember this feeling. I'm gonna find her. I'll seek out my other half, no matter how long it takes. She's out there somewhere, and I'll never stop searching. With that goal in mind, Mari turned into a star again. The glimmer disappeared, and all that remained was the quiet of the darkness. The end. Thoughts on the Galaxy 2 storybook overall now that it's the final chapter? I kind of didn't have expectations for it going, like, I was happy that it was being added because it's a very cool thing. It's one of the few quality of life changes added to the Switch version that makes it a worthwhile endeavor. But that said, I kind of didn't really have any expectations for what the contents of the storybook itself would be. And now that I've actually read the whole thing, it strengthens, the main purpose of it is to strengthen the final emotional payoff of Lubba and Rosalina finally reuniting after you beat Bowser. And for that alone, because like, there are hints, right? In the original game, there are hints of Rosalina's presence in the letters that you receive through Mail Toad. And if you played the original game, you of course know what that's referring to. But if you haven't, like I hadn't, and this is your first game in the series, it kind of doesn't mean anything to you until it happens, and then you're like, oh, alright, that's interesting, I guess. So having it be more explicit in the storybook helps to strengthen that a lot more. Also, Yoshi's nose is once again penetrating through the toad. Alright, we can play as Luigi anytime we want now. Another one of many things that Galaxy 2 has over the original. So that you don't have to wait until you've cleared the whole game, and then the only way you can play as Luigi is to just play the whole game again as Luigi. How far am I into the game? Well, technically speaking, I'm actually less than halfway through because it's 242 stars and I only have 107. But we've cleared, like, as far as the main game is concerned, we've cleared almost all main 6 worlds. We just have the special world to go. And then after that begins the green star hunt. So close yet so far, I guess this would be how I answer that. Also, someone, to kind of close up the Tron discussion from earlier, did I never see Tron 1982 or 2010, or was it just a long time ago I saw it? I had never seen either. Like I said, my only exposure to Tron was Rob Breaks the Internet, the Tron Light Cycle run, and recently having watched Tron Ares. I had never watched any of the Tron movies before that point. Also, someone said that you're glad I'm liking Has Been Season 2 so far. Me too. Season 2, I don't... The last couple... Really just the whole month of October was kind of awful for me. It was just a never-ending string of pain and suffering and bullshit that I really don't want to get into. But it was bad. It was rough. And the one solace that I had to return to was Has Been Hotel Season 2. And it's like, I kind of didn't realize how much I missed the show until I started watching Season 2, and yeah, I absolutely, I wasn't just blowing smoke up your ass in my D23 2024 video when I said that I love Has Been Hotel and that it healed my soul, because that is what I've been feeling. Like, I didn't plan this, obviously, but it's worked out in a way that when I watched Has Been Hotel Season 1, it was during a very, very rough mental slump in my life, and so having that show there was kind of a way to deal with all. It was somewhere I could turn to when nothing else was able to make me smile or laugh. Has Been Hotel was able to do that, so that is something that I held the show in high regard for that, if nothing else. And then Season 2 came out, and once again it has been a very rough month. So when I started watching, it was like, oh my god, I've listened to some of those songs probably at least 100 times by now. It's so fucking good. It is immediately apparent as soon as you start watching Season 2 that it is a vast, the production elements alone are a vast improvement from Season 1. The shading, the lighting, the vibrance and character in the animations, the nuances of the facial expressions, the willingness to slow down and spend more time with the characters individually because they have more time to work with. They got longer episodes, got more songs. It's just all around, across the board. It is clear, it is crystal clear. That bridge didn't spawn in. It is crystal clear that the first season was Amazon not really having much faith in the show because they had like very, very tight deadline or tight restrictions. They had 8 episodes, no more. They had 22 episodes, 22-minute episodes exactly. And then after Season 1 was a huge resounding success, Amazon was like, okay, I see the vision now. Here's with greenlight all the way up to Season 4. And also we got Times Square advertisements, we got a Broadway performance that's just like, yeah, I think they know. They know now that they see what the team can do, they're like, okay, now let's give you more money and more resources so you can really make something amazing. I'd say Has Been unhinged is the wrong way to put it, but it's like Has Been unleashed. It's fully, the team can now fully flex their muscles now that they have all the room in the world to work with, and hopefully Season 3 gives them even more room to work with compared to Season 2, because there's still room for improvement, as there always is, but like, coming off of season 1 is like, holy shit, man. It is night and day. It really is night and day. Would I recommend season 2 to somebody who didn't like season 1? I mean, well, the thing is, the people, from what I've seen, the people who are radically against Hazbin Hotel, it really wouldn't matter if they addressed every single problem they have with the show. It really would not, like, at all, because their hatred for, be it Vivian Madrano or the show she makes or whatever, is so deep-seated and venomous that it really does not matter what they do. They could address every note and they still would not be pleased with it. It is really the level of vitriolic contempt that people have, that some people online have for that show is just unbelievable. Season 2 has so much personality, especially the bees. Also, hot take, you love Valentino. Careful now. If you say that in front of a Hazbin auntie, they'll say that you support sexual abuse. Careful now. Because if, like, I don't understand this sentiment where if you have praise for a villainous character, that means you endorse everything the villainous character does. Like, I don't know, I guess just stop talking about Breaking Bad. Like, never show a Hazbin anti Breaking Bad. Oh my god, their brains would fucking explode. Never, ever. The concept, like, just... Walter White is one of the greatest fictional characters ever written, and he's also a gigantic piece of human scum. So, like, you can praise his writing without saying, like... And, of course, there are people who believe that Walter White did nothing wrong. Those people do exist, because the show is so immaculately well written that it tricks you into thinking he's the good guy, when in fact he's not. But that's not everyone. Most people who praise Walter White's writing are doing so in spite of his moral character. And that's the same thing with just really any villain ever. But for some reason, Hazbin fans Hazbin antis just it's not a thing that they, I don't want to say register, but it's not something that they are willing to accept as a possibility. Because the routine levels of bad faith that are directed towards both the show, its creators, and its fans, really, is unacceptable and maddening, and I hate it here. But also, I don't really care, because... so here's something I've been thinking about recently. Because, Gentry Chow vs. the Underworld is a fantastic show. I love it to bits. But it's also, like, no one knows it exists. It's never gonna get a season 2. I've abandoned any hope of Gentry Chow getting a season 2, just because it's not... Netflix left it out to die out in the back alley behind a burning building, and, like, as much as I'd like to think that I can inspire some people to watch it, and I think I did, I've seen some people checking it out on the server, per my recommendations, I'd be delusional to think that I have any power to actually meaningfully change that show's fate for the better. I'm pretty sure it's a dead end for that one. Whereas, but the people who have watched it really like it. They're very fond of the show. So what I'm thinking about is, would I rather have a situation where it's a show like Gentry Chow where no one knows it exists and it's definitely not getting any more content ever, but the people who have seen it are very fond of it, or would I rather have a show like Hazbin where its fate is very well protected, it's not losing popularity anytime soon. After just the first 2 episodes coming out on Amazon Prime, it's already #1, like, topping the charts of Amazon Prime in, like, 43 different countries, which is insane. But the caveat there being that you have to deal with some of the most bad faith, erroneous claims made by people online imaginable. And I gotta be honest, I might be leaning more in favor of the Hazbin, because, like, it doesn't really, as maddening and annoying as some of that stuff can be to read or watch or listen to, it doesn't really matter, because the show's gonna be fine. When you talk to normal people in the world, they are mostly unaware of or don't care about this kind of crap. The show's fine. It's gonna be alright. Whereas the same cannot be said for Gentry Chow. So I think I'd rather just have a show where I can ignore all the bullshit and just be happy that, like, You don't know how good it feels to have a show or just have something that heals your soul, that just brings you nothing but joy, that is actually protected and its fate is safe, and you don't have to worry about it being erroneously shortened or canceled or just otherwise destroyed. That's a really nice feeling to have. Because if you want to run down the list of the things on the board of my personality that I'm attached to, let's see. Toy Story, eviscerated by 4, and its marketability and brand damaged by Lightyear. Halo, oh boy, don't even get me started on what's happened to Halo over the last 15 years. Owl House, it got a proper finale, which is great, but it was also prematurely canceled and shortened, and the creator was treated like shit by Disney. So it just feels nice to have a show that isn't going anywhere anytime soon, that I can consistently look forward to every year or every 2 years. That'll always be there, because there's no chance in hell of it fading into obscurity anytime soon. Its popularity only grows with each passing day, and frankly, I think the hatedom is actually increasing its popularity even more. For instance, I know for sure I probably never would have watched the show were it not for that horrible cyberbullying video. Because, like, literally the only reason I decided to watch it was because I was just so pissed off by that video. It's like, I'm gonna watch this show just to spite you. And then I did, and I fell in love with it. Thoughts on how people compare Fixed to Vivzy Pop's writing? I haven't seen Fixed, so I wouldn't know. I have to abstain from this one. Thoughts on Just Stop's video in Hazbin Hotel? I don't know. I haven't seen it. What's my favorite series I've ever done on my channel? Oof. Well, favorite series is the Toy Story 3 series. But as far as, like, projects in general, I don't know. It's either the Toy Story 3 series or the Owl House Love Letter. I mean, I'm partial to the Owl House Love Letter because of the opportunities that video created for me and the people I got to meet, both on YouTube and just people who worked on the show itself. But I don't know. It's one of those two for sure. But as far as specifically series, and not factoring in, like, individual one-off videos. Well, I say one-off video when it's an 8-hour one, but you know what I mean. If we're specifically talking about series, then my answer would have to be the Toy Story 3 series. I hated it while I was making it, because I was just so much more stressed than I ever anticipated trying to put that thing together, and especially to get it out in time for the 15th anniversary. But it was worth it in the end. To see it all come together so beautifully. Well, okay, so beautifully sounds narcissistic. To see, when I say beautifully, I mean just like reading putting it together in a state where I read the comments and I'm like reading all the stories that people share of their experiences with Toy Story 3, and like reading how the movie affected everybody's lives in the same way that it affected mine. Is like, that is genuinely one of the most beautiful moments of my channel, I think, is when part 3 came out, and I just spent like an hour, because when it came out, I was out all day. I was in London exploring the city with FG, and I didn't really think of, like, we were on the tube going to see Superman at the BFI IMAX theater, and I was hunched over on my laptop waiting for the copyright to tick down, like waiting for the 7-day check to expire for the copyright on my video. And as soon as it expired, I set it to public. I did some last minute metadata things, shut my laptop, and decided I wasn't going to think about it again for the rest of the day. But then I got back to my hotel, and I just started reading through the comments on that video, and it made all the stress worth it. But leading up to the release, all I saw were the things I didn't have time to fix. The only things I saw were just like, this could have been better, this could have been better, that's wrong, that's an error, that's none of this. All I saw were the problems, and I just wanted it out of my life at that point. Which really is the case for every video I make. I'm so ready to be done with, anytime I finish a project, I'm just like, just get it out. I want to move on to the next thing. I'm so done with this. But reading the comments can kind of ground you and pull you out of that mental spiral. And that's what I mean when I say that it was beautiful seeing it all come together. That, and also just seeing the work that Ugarnik did for the VFX shots. That I am still blown away by what he was able to achieve. And the sad part is, at least for a while, I don't think, maybe one day we'll show you, like, once we get far enough away from the release, we'll show you everything that he did, because seriously, some of the best stuff he did, you never know he did anything at all. Even I showed some of the stuff that he did to Brooks, who was one of the two people filming the live action stuff. FG was the other person. And even he legitimately didn't know what he did. He was there filming it in person with me, and he still was like, wait, what did he do? What did he do? I don't know. Isn't that just how it was when we filmed it? And it's like, nope. No, it wasn't. He did stuff. And yeah, just, I'm very happy that I got it done. I'm very happy that it seems to have been warmly received. And I'm very happy that I was very happy reading everyone's stories and everyone's messages, be it on Discord or in the comment section. It was a labor of love from beginning to end, and I'm just glad it went well. This might be tricky. Okay. Jesus. Lessentron Ares. I had fun watching it, but I don't care much for it. I don't have any strong positive or negative feelings about it, and I've already forgotten most of it. Will I watch Season 3 of Hell of a Boss when it comes out? I might try one episode, but the thing is, I don't really care about Hell of a Boss at all. I liked it in the beginning. I liked the first couple episodes, and there's parts of Season 2 that I still enjoy. But overall, it feels like that show is extremely unfocused and disjointed, and it changes its mind on what kind of show it wants to be and what it wants to focus on. And it's led to, like, the characters I was most interested in have gotten completely shafted by Season 2. So I don't know, I don't really care much for Hell of a Boss. But, you know, maybe Season 3 will be an improvement. So I'm willing to try it. I'm just not, like, I'm not on pins and needles waiting for it like I will be for Hazbin Hotel Season 3. Will I ever make a supercut of my Toy Story 3 video? Yes, absolutely. My goal is to get it done to supercut it up by the end of the year. But right now, my priority is, of course, to get the Toy Story 1 Love Letter done in time for the 30th anniversary, which is later this month, so that'll be fun. Do I prefer this or Luigi's Purple Coins from Galaxy 1? Probably this. Probably the one I just did. Do I prefer Handy Manny or Bob the Builder? I never watched Handy Manny as a kid. Like, I knew it existed, and it might have been on the TV every now and again, but Bob the Builder was always my show. That was the show that I loved to bits. I watched it when it was stop motion. I watched it when it was fully CGI. I watched the live stage show. I watched the, like, Legend of the Golden Hammer movie. It's really a lot of the Bob the Builder movies they did. I watched. I was super, super into Bob the Builder when I was a kid. I think I even dressed up as Bob the Builder for Halloween one year. With the little yellow construction hat and the tool belt and all that. That was a fun time. Thoughts on the Quiet Place franchise? First movie is an excellent showcase in tension and anxiety and achieving storytelling without dialogue, because you inherently have to do a lot of it non-verbally because the characters have to remain quiet, and there's a lot of creative world-building choices. There are stupid things about it. Stupid thing number one, having the small child walk at the back of the group instead of sandwiched between two parents. I don't know what the hell that is absurdly stupid. But, you know, overall it's a very strong film. A Quiet Place 2 is a disaster. Even though the opening sequence is really, really great, it peaks there and then it immediately nosedives. And then A Quiet Place Day 1 is not... I mean, it's better. It has better elements character-wise, but it's still, like... my biggest problem with A Quiet Place Day 1 is that it wastes the potential of it being a... Because the idea is that it's supposed to be, you know, day one of the attack. Day one of when the aliens came to Earth and how everything went to shit. But the problem is that... So the aliens attack, and it's a really cool first contact scene. But then they immediately pivot because the main character gets knocked unconscious. And by the time she wakes up, all the characters have already figured out how, like... that they are sensitive to noise, and so you need to remain quiet at all costs. And at that point, it's essentially no different than any other Quiet Place movie. So I don't get it. It is just all the wasted potential of how good a prequel could have been. It still makes me sad thinking about. Thoughts on Hazbin Hotel shipping? Same rules as always, just ship. I don't care who you ship as long as you don't cross any pedophilic or incestual lines. That's, like, I'm not invested in shipping wars at all. Beyond those lines, because that's just horrible. How long do I think Love Letter to Toy Story 1 is going to be? It's going to be about 2 hours. I have the audio timeline fully, the skeleton timeline's fully locked, so I know it's going to be about 2 hours, give or take. The only things I have left, I say only things, as if it's not the most intensive part of the process, is, or at least the most time-consuming part of the process, is the visual editing and the music syncing. But I'm, relatively speaking, I'm on good pace. Favorite Hazbin Hotel song? So the problem with this question is that my answer changes depending on what mood I'm in. The two, I'll go with Season 1 for now because Season 2, all the songs from Season 2 aren't out yet. But from Season 1, my answer would either be Loser Baby or More Than Anything. And it entirely depends on what mood I'm in. I love those two songs. They're beautiful for different reasons. So it's one, like, right now I would say More Than Anything, but a week ago I might have said Loser Baby. It's don't fall. It's one of those two. From Season 1. Of the songs that have currently been released from Season 2, it's Has Been Guarantee. I have listened to that. I love. Part of it is just, I love Erica Henningsen's voice. I adore her singing voice so much. She's so fucking perfect as Charlie Morningstar. It's not even funny. But as a visual experience, like listening to the songs while also watching them in the show itself, of what's been released so far, Gravity's kind of out of this world. Poison? Yeah, Poison sure does seem to be the fan favorite, and I can't lie, it is a top tier song. But I'm more partial to the duet ballads of Loser Baby and More Than Anything. Plus, you got Jeremy Jordan for one of them. Like, come on. And then you got Keith David for the other. Keith David is a powerhouse, just in everything, but especially when you get him to sing something. Least favorite character from Thomas and Friends? I never watched the show. I know the theme song. In fact, I have a pretty fond memory of when I was a kid and at my grandparents' house, and my cousin and I were sitting on a swing together, and we were I don't know why we were doing this, but for some reason we were singing the Thomas and Friends or they're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8, shunting trucks and hauling freight. We were singing that theme song together. I don't know why, because again, I never watched the show. I don't even know why I knew the theme song when I hadn't watched the show. It doesn't make any sense why that would be the case, but apparently I did. So, but yeah, I know there's a lot of people on my server I've noticed that are really, really into the Thomas the Tank Engine stuff. I can never contribute to those discussions because I just don't know anything about that. My biggest exposure to it, honestly, is there was a creepypasta that Mr. Nightmare narrated where, like, well, I don't want to spoil it, but it was a creepypasta about Thomas the Tank Engine, and I remember being pretty affected when I listened to that. And then also, I know I had a DVD as a kid of Thomas and the, I want to say Magic Railroad? I think that was the name of the movie. It was a movie about Thomas. I'm pretty sure it was Magic Railroad, but I don't know that for sure. I don't think I liked it, and I don't even really remember anything about it. I just know that I had that DVD. But I'm the wrong person to talk to about Thomas and the Tank Engine stuff. the train stuff that I was into, like, do you remember the Geotracks? Because I had a lot of train tracks as a kid. I loved building train sets and train tracks. Like, there were times when my whole bedroom would just be covered wall to wall across the entire floor with train tracks. Well, we had a lot of the Geotrack stuff, and they had a TV series about the Geotracks for some reason. That I remember watching a bit of. Have I heard of Halo Campaign Evolved? Oh, you bet your ass I've heard of it. In fact, the reason why I had to delay the stream last week is because I was so pissed off by the Halo Campaign Evolved announcement that I halted all my plans, writing a script and recording it for a video where I was going to rip that reveal trailer to shreds. But then I got all my frustrations out of my system when I recorded the audio for it, so now I've reprioritized to working on the Toy Story 30th anniversary love letter. Maybe one day I'll come back to that to let people know why that remake looks so fucking horrible. But I got bigger issues. I got bigger fish to fry right now. I also saw someone ask about my thoughts on Halo being on PlayStation. I really don't care. That is the least of my... Like, if they just ported Halo the Master Chief Collection to PlayStation 5, I would have no problems at all, because it just means more people get to experience the Halo series. That's cool. That is a good thing, that more people get to play Halo. But that isn't what they did. Instead, they remade the first game, and it looks worse, sounds worse, and seems like it's gonna play worse than the original. So I don't like this whole idea of creating Halo for a new generation of fans and the PlayStation crowd. It's like, how about you just give the original games to the PlayStation crowd? It's not like the original Halo games are some impossibly dense, esoteric, avant-garde works of art, or it's also not like they're poorly preserved. They're all remarkably well preserved in the Master Chief Collection. All you had, if that was truly what you wanted to do, just port the Master Chief Collection to PlayStation 5 and everyone wins. You get free money from having to do basically no work at all in the grand scheme of things. And PlayStation fans get to experience some of the greatest games ever made. But instead we have this shitty remake that makes me want to die. So yeah, I'm extremely unhappy with Halo Campaign. I'm doubly unhappy with, apparently they're remaking the entire original trilogy, which just screams to me like, so are you ever gonna make another mainline Halo game again, or are you just rebooting the whole series? Because if you're just rebooting the whole series, then just fuck off. Like, that's the one thing people have been saying for a while, is if they ever... The one thing that would make them fully tune out of Halo altogether is if they announced a hard series reboot and just gave up on trying to tell new stories, which... I don't know, man. I mean, maybe they'll announce another... Because it seems like the Halo campaign of the CE remake is not going to have a multiplayer component. Instead, they're making a separate game that's entirely multiplayer. And what that screams to me is that they're just gonna, like, rather than having it be the next Halo game is a mainline entry that continues off the story of Halo Infinite and then also has multiplayer like every other game in the series. Instead, they're gonna have a live service multiplayer game, and then on top of that, they're also just going to be releasing more campaign remakes. And that just does not interest me at all. I am not looking forward to seeing them create worse versions of incredible games that cost more to make and cost more to buy. Nothing about that sounds appealing to me in the slightest. Thoughts on Woody.exe? I don't know what that is. A 2-hour video for Toy Story 1, a lot shorter than my video essays on Toy Story 4, Owl House, and Toy Story 3. Well, the Owl House is, like, a 43 episode television show. So, you know, it's a bit of a different beast. I'd say it's probably, because it's more in the style, structurally speaking, of the Owl House video. So if you scale it down to an 81-minute movie, I think it probably lines up. And then the Toy Story 3 series was more created to be the inverse of the Toy Story 4 series, where it's a meticulous scene-by-scene, moment-by-moment breakdown. So it's more in line of the Outhouse video or the Dragons of 3D video than it is to the Toy Story 3 or the Toy Story 4 series. Do I prefer Beach Ball Galaxy or Starshine Beach Galaxy? Probably Starshine Beach. I don't know. That might be tainted by the purple coin mission in Beach Bowl. So that may not be a perfectly fair answer, but I don't have a strong preference for either one, I'll say. Thoughts on Toy Story 5 rebooting everything? I'm nervous. I don't know what that means. I can make assumptions as to what that means, but I'm not particularly fond of what those assumptions might be. But when Tim Allen says they're rebooting everything, what that screams to me is, oh, so you just gave up. So you're just going to essentially act like Toy Story 4 didn't even happen and start the movie with Woody already back in Bonnie's room. It's like, oh, okay. That's not how you should write things ever, but I guess that's what they're... I don't know. Do I prefer Job Simulator or Vacation Simulator? Easily Vacation Simulator. It's just a much more fleshed out... Job Simulator is essentially an extended tech demo, because it was made... It came out at the HTC Vive's launch, so it was primarily made... What? Okay. It was primarily made to show off what that headset could do and, like, show off the interactivity of first-person, hands-on touch controllers, virtual reality kind of stuff. Whereas Vacation Simulator is a full-on game with progression and side quests and explorable hub areas. It's a full-fledged thing. I love Vacation Simulator, and the soundtrack is also incredible. I love the vibes of that, especially the beach area. It's just, there's a reason why so much of the Vacation Simulator soundtrack has shown up in my videos over the years, because I adore that soundtrack so much. I have extremely fond, warm memories of playing that game for the first time. Oh, Jesus. Obviously, they're not going to do that. Man, I feel like you missed the part where Tim Allen said they're rebooting everything. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's a pretty important thing to take into account. I hope they don't do that, but what else is one to conclude when he explicitly says they're... I get the only other conclusion you can draw from that is that Tim Allen just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and he's pulling shit out of his ass, which is possible, because there is precedent of him not knowing what the fuck he's talking about. He said that Toy Story 2 takes place a month after Toy Story 1, which is literally impossible, because Toy Story 2 takes place the next summer, and Toy Story 1 ends in Christmas, so, like, in no circumstance can that possibly be true. So, you know, there is precedent, but I don't know. I have no idea what to expect at this point. And then he also said that, like, characters are all over the place and Jessie needs to gather them up. Like, what, Infinity Stones? Like, if this is Avengers Toy Story edition where she has to go on a quest to... What do you mean all over the place? Like, all over Bonnie's room playing hide and seek? All over the place mentally? All over the place as in scattered all over the world, and this has to... What do you mean when you say these things? I have no idea what the hell they're thinking. I don't know. Also, I get the sense I might have missed some things. You don't know what the entire... Okay, so when you say rebooting something, there's very clear connotations for what that means to reboot something. So there's very few conclusions one can draw from what it means, especially given the context of how Toy Story 4 ended and what we already know to be true about Toy Story 5's basic plot, which is that Woody's coming back in the movie. So, I have no idea what they're thinking. Am I gonna play the AI games again I talked about? I've already played the first two, and I have no plans on playing the spin-off. I'm not a fan of the AI games. Have I ever played Plants vs. Zombies? No. Have you ever seen Toy Story in real life? I don't know what that means. You mean the live stage show thing? Or you mean in a theater? Because I have not seen the stage show, but I have seen it in a theater. Have you ever seen South Park? No. I have not. The only exposure I had to South Park is whatever clips show up in other people's videos, and then that one clip that I used in my video. The YouTube video of Real Toys? Oh. Well, I haven't watched that in full, but I know it exists, and that's awesome. It's way more of a passion project than whatever a theoretical live-action remake of Toy Story would actually look like. Which I hope we don't ever get. It would be extraordinarily depressing if we ever did actually get something like that. But I don't think we're going to. Can't believe the live-action remakes keep succeeding at the box office. Oh, I can. People are very easily baited by nostalgia. People are very, very easily baited by nostalgia. I don't have any problem at all believing that. And for some reason, it's more tantalizing to people to just watch something new than it is to watch the thing that they, like, well, rather, like, I don't know why people are just like, hey, you want a nostalgia fix? Well, you need to remake the entire movie to get that. You can't just watch the thing that actually gives, that you actually have nostalgia for. You need to watch hyper-realistic CGI lions instead. You need to watch a version of Lilo and Stitch that fundamentally misunderstands what people like about the original movie. When do I think Coco 2 will take place? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not looking forward to it. I have no reason to expect anything but the worst from that movie. I am not, that is the thing that I am most furious about as far as upcoming Pixar releases. Have I seen Coco in Spanish? No. But I do know that my Spanish teacher, one of the Spanish teachers at my high school showed Coco to his class in Spanish. I wasn't in that class, but I know what happened. Did I see Elio? Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, I did contribute money to the release of something that shit all over Adrian Molina's original vision. Do I really have no hope for Shrek 5? I'd say I just don't care about it, and I'm not looking forward to it. The Shrek Forever After was the perfect ending to the series. I'm not I'm not compelled by watching that story continue any further. Especially not when they're apparently not even going to capitalize on the obvious setup at the ending of The Last Wish, where Puss, because apparently Puss in Boots isn't even going to be in Shrek 5, which, then why is the post-credit scene, like, why is that extra bonus scene, it's not a post-credit, you know what I mean, why is that bonus ending scene out of The Last Wish there, if they're not even going to do anything with it? I don't understand. So, I guess, I don't know if I'd say that I have no hope for it. It's possible that it could surprise me. I mean, The Last Wish is a movie that I didn't really have any hope for because the first movie was so nothing. Or at least I would have said at the time that it was nothing. Now I just say it's straight up terrible. But, you know, that also surprised me, so it's possible that could happen again, but I'm not, from what little we've seen of it, I am not holding my breath on that one. Can I review Hoppers? I probably won't. I don't really... Off the cuff, out of the theater reactions is not something that I particularly enjoy doing, nor is it something that my strengths don't lie in those types of videos. And I only make exceptions for things that I'm really fired up about. That, for instance, all the D23 stuff that came out about Toy Story 5, and I will, of course, do the same thing for Toy Story 5 next year. But, like, I didn't really have strong feelings about Elio when I saw it. Now I do. Now I do. For all the wrong reasons. I didn't really have strong feelings about Elemental when I first saw it. Now I do for more positive reasons. And it's probably going to be the same thing about Hoppers. I'm sure I'll see it and it'll be like, okay, that was something or other, and then I'll move on with my life. Those, like, I mean... Even for things that do really fire me up, like I saw Moana 2 in theaters last year, and I was pissed at how terribly disappointing that movie was. And I came close to making a video about it, but it's just, that's just not because, like, so much of my style and voice on YouTube comes through in the visual editing of my videos, and that's not something that I can really do to the extent that I would like to when I'm dealing with a movie that's only available in theaters, because of course it's not out digitally, it's not on a Blu-ray, it's only accessible in theaters, so I just don't have access to the footage required to really go full steam ahead, so I end up having to resort to gameplay footage in the background, which is just not, I don't know, I just don't like doing that. It feels like I'm copping out, it feels like I'm taking the easy way out and being lazy with editing, because so much of, like I said, so much of my voice on YouTube comes through in my visual editing choices, and it's just, yeah, I'm not really interested. That's why I'm kind of at odds with myself with Toy Story 5, because I know I'm gonna end up covering it pretty much as soon as I can as it comes out in theaters. But it's not gonna be the type of video that I prefer to make. I guess my thoughts on Elio have really changed. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Learning about the behind the scenes of that movie has really, really ruined things. Now, and it also just, watching it again, like, I rewatched it recently, and it was just, I just felt nothing the whole time. That's the bluntest way I can put it, is I just felt nothing. And what little I did feel was just, like, any praise or frustrations I had was purely clinical. It was just, yeah, that's not great, that's bad, I guess that's pretty decent, that's okay. But there's far more I had to criticize upon a subsequent viewing than I did originally. So now it's currently the only Pixar movie that I don't have physically, which is really saying something. But that, I mean, that also has to do with the fact that the price of the Blu-ray was it costs more to buy the standard Blu-ray of Elio than it did to buy the collector's steelbook 4K release of Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Because Disney, it just fucking sucks at everything. the review for live action Moana is gonna be. I do not want to think about live action Moana. That's gonna be. Surprise! It's gonna be terrible. I mean, at least her dress looks. You know, because a problem that the previous Disney live action remakes had is that they just couldn't. They could never get the dress right, and they could never get the hair right for any of the Disney princesses. So the fact that they at least had those things going for them was pretty solid. Also, I think I missed the comment medal. How many times have I seen Toy Story 4? Too many. I counted a while ago and it was a depressing number. What's bad about Puss in Boots 1? I had notes on that movie that I wrote down a while ago and how annoyed I was by a lot of it. I need to go back and look at them to have more substantive points. Tangled's getting one too. Yep, and that one's gonna piss me off too. That one's definitely gonna piss me off too. Yep. I'm just so sick of all of it. That's why I'm glad that shows like Hazbin Hotel exist, so I have something to return to for a sense of joy in the world. Toy Story 4 is still my least favorite movie of all time. No, but I don't know what the worst movies list would look like. I have no clue what that list would look like if I were to remake it today, and I probably never will remake it because it's always going to be outdated. There's never a point, there will never be a point in my life when any list I can make for the best and worst of anything will be remotely solidified, because there's always going to be something else you discover that fits the bill and outranks something. Like, Heretic came out just about a year ago, almost exactly, and I missed it again. Heretic came out almost exactly a year ago, and that's another instance of a movie that is on my best of all time. Do I think I'll do a Tangled commentary? No, because I don't hate myself that much. There's way better things I can do to spend my time on than doing a Tangled commentary for the remake. We considered doing one for the original this year, but it would line up too. It lined up too closely with the anniversary for Toy Story, so we did not commit to those plans. You meant the original movie? I answered about the original movie just now. Favorite song from Hazbin Hotel Season 2? Of what's been released so far, just to listen to, it has been guaranteed to listen to while also to experience as a musical number in a show. It would be Gravity. I know where the medal is. I just keep going on autopilot and running past it. How did I ship Alistair with anybody? What are you talking? I have never said anything about shipping Alistair with anybody. Excited for Stranger Things 5. I am hoping that it doesn't disappoint me. Because the Duffer Brothers are notoriously reactionary with how they write things, and I don't know that I fully trust them. I mean, sometimes being reactionary is a good thing for them, because it means they pivoted away from the horrible Lost Sister episode in Season 2. And it means that Season 4 exists as an apology for the god-awful piss stain of a season that was Season 3. But it also means that they screw themselves over with writing choices a lot of the time that only exist because they're like, oh shit, people reacted this way, well I guess we better do this next season. So I'm hoping that doesn't impact Season 5. Well, I see Stranger Things in finale in theaters. If I can get tickets, I will. But I'm assuming that when tickets for that go on sale, they're gonna be gone in the blink of an eye. So that is just gonna be a first come first serve thing, and we'll see what happens. Do I ship Alistair with anybody? I don't really care, to be perfectly honest. Like I said, you can do whatever you want with shipping stuff. That's not something that I have any level of investment in. As long as it's not brother or parent or child. I made that clarification earlier in the stream. I did not feel the need to make it again. How come you never notice you can destroy the rocks with star bits? It's not necessarily something that jumps out at you as a possibility. Because a lot of times those types of projectiles are just indestructible and can't be damaged or destroyed. But those ones can. You just gotta be careful not to shoot the ones you actually need. Although, actually, shooting the ones you need might cause them to... Does shooting the ones that spawn the boos cause them to spawn, or does it prevent them from spawning? It's one or the other. I guess we can test it when we do the speed run. I don't know what, because it's equally plausible that one or the other, it could do either or. I just genuinely don't know which one it is. Wasting precious starbits is not something you think about doing in Galaxy 2. Fair, but there's enough, like, this galaxy especially, like, every planet you go to has an extraneous amount of starbits, so I don't necessarily feel that I'm wasting any of them here. Also, when we inevitably fail the speedrun, this is going to be the boss that causes us to fail it. I hate getting the timing down right on his stupid fire tail. Do I think Chris Pratt was a good Mario? No. No. I don't even, like, I know a lot of people hate Chris Pratt. I just, like, I think the reason why people feel so strongly about Chris Pratt is because he gets cast in a lot of roles that he just is not suited for, and that causes people to turn against him in roles that he is suited for. Like, I know a lot of people didn't like Chris Pratt in Onward, But the thing is, he's kind of great in Onward. I feel like if he were in less movies, people would not react so harshly to his presence in Onward, because he fills that role, like, he fills that role really, really well. But and obviously the Lego Movie, he's great in that as well. It's just, can't say the same for the Mario movie. You need 9999 though? Yeah, but the 6 star bits that you shoot in that boss to destroy the rocks is not making, is not gonna prevent you from having to grind in the end. Do I think Charlie Day was a good Luigi? Yeah. I'd say so. I'd say he was one of the better casting choices. I have enough star bits, right? Yeah. Not overwhelmingly enough, but I have enough. I just wish Charlie Day got more to do as Luigi, because as is, he didn't get much of anything. I hope that's one of the major things they need to fix in the sequel, is having Luigi not be stuck in a cage for the whole movie. What if you had 9993 by the end, but you didn't? And also, wait, actually, hold on, let me see something. An idea came to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get fucked. I win. Is Jack Black as Bowser good? Yeah, I'd say so. It's like, the whole cast for the movie isn't bad. There's just standout, horrible choices. Like, really horrible choices that kind of taint the rest of them. There's also the Yoshi fruit instead of give starbits too. Good point. Yep. There's enough spare starbits. Like, if you really miss the grind count by that little, there's enough to where you won't have to go to Melty Monster or Twisty Trials to go grinding. Seth Rogen is DK. Yeah, and then there's Cranky Kong, and then I really hate Keegan-Michael Key as Toad. I really hate. But I'm also sort of biased in there because, like, I love Toad. I'm always a big fan of Toad. But holy fuck, there may be worse voices. In fact, there are. Like, Cranky and Donkey Kong are worse voices. But I think the Toad one pisses me off the most because of how much I like Toad. So I'm more personally offended by that casting choice. You heard you need 99 starbits to get to Grandmaster, but when you did this game last week, you were surprised they weren't needed? They aren't? I was told that they are needed. I was almost positive. I thought that I was almost positive that the perfect run doesn't unlock unless you get... I mean, I thought they might have... When I first streamed this game, I thought they might have removed the requirement because they fucking killed Bank Toad. They assassinated him. But I thought that that was proven wrong and that they did, that the starbit requirement is still in the game. I mean, I guess we'll find out eventually. We won't find out today. There's too many... Oh, crap. There's too many green stars we gotta get. We won't get through them all today. Also, Simpsons and Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite, but it's, I guess, not that The Simpsons needs help with this, but I'm glad that more people will be exposed to The Simpsons through Fortnite. I just hope that it doesn't become, oh look, it's the yellow guys from Fortnite. Let's see if I probably should have switched to Luigi for this. Oh no, we got it. Making this jump is easier when you have Luigi, but who needs Luigi when you have precise jumps? Have I seen South Park? No. My only exposure to South Park is through clips I've seen in other people's YouTube videos, and then that one clip I used in the D23 video. Because, by the way, the only reason I even thought to use that is because I had seen a clip of South Park in a different video that involves someone being on the toilet and having a bad time. So I was trying to find that, but I couldn't find it, and instead I found an arguably better one. So I just used that instead. But I've never, it doesn't, oh, sorry, no. I've also seen the Interstellar thing, where they're making fun of the American healthcare system and how convoluted and stupid it is, and it ends with the guy getting lost in the interstellar place. I'm trying to remain vague. If you've seen the movie, you know what I mean. How's my Halloween? I don't really... Halloween's not a holiday that I really put much stake into. I don't really... The festive season, Christmas, has always been more my thing. Halloween, I don't go trick-or-treating. I don't really dress... I went to a Halloween party last year, but that was more just because of the people who were going, and not because I myself was actually interested in celebrating Halloween for any particular reason. I facilitate other people's trick-or-treating now by handing out candy. That's all. I don't, the closest I came is I wore my "Take That, Depression" has-been shirt when I was out, because I was out and about on Halloween. And which also means I discovered that at my local mall, they already have Christmas wreaths up. It was October. The calendar hadn't even turned over to November yet, and they already were in full-on Christmas mode, which is annoying. Did I watch Back to the Future for my 40th anniversary? I saw it in IMAX for its 40th. Well, actually, yeah. So its actual 40th anniversary over the summer, I watched live in person with a symphony orchestra playing the score in real time. And then for its 40th anniversary theatrical re-release celebration, I saw it in IMAX, and that was just yesterday. So the answer is yes. Getting the feeling I really don't like Keegan-Michael Key voicing any characters in animated films. Well, I don't know. My problem with Ducky and Bunny in Toy Story 4 isn't the voices, it's their characterization. Like, the voice actors did a fine enough job. Like, one of the things that even people who don't like the film, myself not included, but people who don't like the film will say is that they find Ducky and Bunny humorous. And if you do find them humorous, it's because Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key just have natural chemistry with each other, and that does come through in the finished film. It's just he's not the right fit for Toad. That's all there is to it. He just is not the right fit for Toad. And for what it's worth, he's really good in Why Him? Keegan-Michael Key, that is. Which is a Christmas movie that's really funny that you should watch. Do I have a favorite scary movie? I don't know if you'd call Heretic a scary movie. Like in the traditional... It's definitely a horror film. But it's... No, yeah, it counts. I'll say it counts. I'd say Heretic. Like, it's not reliant on jump scares or anything. And it's not what you might conventionally expect of a horror movie, but I'd say it absolutely fits the bill. And Heretic has become one of my all-time favorite movies. Each time I've watched it, I've only liked it more. Yours are Nightmare on Elm Street and Candyman. I have not seen either of those. Why are people in love with a tablet? No comment. People are weird. People are weird. What was my reaction when the Mario movie cast was first announced? Just So I do wish, kind of. I mean, not from mine, because I didn't really have, like, my reaction was more just like, huh? It wasn't as, exaggerative and, well, okay, not exactly. It wasn't as loud and expressive. That's the word. Expressive is what I was looking for. It was not as expressive as a lot of YouTubers and streamers. It was more just, like, confusion. But I do kind of wish we were recording reactions and doing streams at the time, because, man, I can't even imagine how everyone we would have just exploded if we all saw that together. Also, the answer to the question is, if you shoot the boo rocks, they do respawn instantly. They don't, you can't delete them from existence. At least I think that's what happened. I'll try it again here. But I was pretty sure when I shot those rocks, they automatically... Yeah, they don't get deleted, they just automatically spawn in. So if you're looking to save some time on a speedrun, that comes in handy. Although you do still have to wait for them to flow down to you, so I don't know what the raw numbers would be on how much time that saves. But I would at least recommend... Ah, shit. I would at least recommend shooting the gray rocks so that you don't have as much things to worry about slamming you in the face. Uh-oh. Unless you miss all of them like that. But if you can, I recommend trying to go for that. A minute for Fiery Dino Piranha? Not liking those odds. Not liking those odds. $3,000 likes? Yeah, that basically was my original reaction when I saw that tweet. It was like, well, what the fuck is going on? What has happened? Society has fallen. If we're simping for the children's tablet. Ugh. You quite recently rewatched Lightyear, still shit. I'm sorry for your loss. Nothing good has ever come out of me rewatching Lightyear. I'll say that much. Generally only led to frustration and sadness. Oof. Okay, I think that's it. Now, does the timer stop after you beat him? I think it does, but I'm not entirely confident about that. Okay, it does. Good. That was a little closer than I would have liked it to be, but it's fine. You have a theory Lilypad will be a silent antagonist? I don't... Didn't they already confirm that Anna Faris is going to be voicing the Lilypad? I don't think she's going to be a silent antagonist. My favorite Pixar short film? Day and Night. Love Day and Night. I don't know if I'd say it's the most creative because there's a lot of really creative Pixar shorts, but that's definitely up there. It being attached to Toy Story 3 surely has nothing to do with that being my pick. Thoughts on Jurassic Park? Jurassic Park is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. And then we don't talk about everything that happened after that. Although, I mean, some people say that the second one is actually pretty good. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen it. I've only seen... I've seen one, and then I've seen all the terrible ones. I've seen Jurassic World, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, Jurassic World Dominion, Jurassic World Rebirth. I have not seen 2, and I have not seen 3. I should watch 2 one of these days. And honestly, probably 3 as well, just for the hell of it. But, Yeah, there is one, of what I've seen, there is one good Jurassic Park movie. Exactly one. I also appreciate greatly that they give you checkpoints for this prankster comment. Because it might just be an enormous pain in the ass if they didn't. Do I think Mario Galaxy 2 is an expansion of Galaxy 1? I mean, I guess it depends on how we define these terms, but I don't know. It's if you define it as more of the same but better, then I guess. But it has enough new mechanics and power-ups and things of that nature that makes it a distinctly different experience. But I mean, I feel like that's what a good sequel should do, is work with the solid foundations of the original and then just punch things up and make it even better. Capitalize on the weak points of the original. And I'm kind of amazed I did this first try. Time for green? No, not yet. We gotta beat Bowser again first before we unlock the green stars. It's the best film I've seen Chris Pratt in. Off the top of my head, I'd say the Lego Movie. But I'm not as intimately familiar with his catalog as some other people are, so there might be another one I'm just forgetting right now, but that would be my answer. Let me have it. While we go over to fight Bowser again, let me type in Chris Pratt. Let's see. He's most known for Guardians of the Galaxy, Parks and Recreation, Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom. He's most, so on IMDb they have the what are you most known, like they have your 4 most known for projects. The 4 things he's apparently most known for are Guardians of the Galaxy, makes sense. Parks and Recreation, okay, I haven't seen it but it makes sense. Jurassic World, alright. Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom? I feel like we only need one Jurassic World movie there. I don't know. Yeah, at cursory glance, my answer is probably still Lego Movie, but there might be another one that I'm just forgetting. What about Guardians of the Galaxy? That is, I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy is great, but I feel like the Lego Movie is one of the best animated films I've ever seen. I hold Lego Movie in a much higher regard than I do Guardians of the Galaxy. Not because Guardians is bad. It's not. Guardians of the Galaxy is a great movie. It's just like, Lego Movie is exceptional. And this is a death. That's fine. What's bad about Jurassic World Rebirth? Well, do you like the part where the candy bar wrapper floats off and gets sucked into the door mechanisms, which force the building-wide security shutdown, thus causing the entire containment breach and therefore the plot of the movie? Like, if there was a problem like that, I don't know, why wouldn't it be that all doors shut instead of all doors... Like, why would all the doors open instead of all the doors shutting? That doesn't make any sense. And why would one door being jammed even logically lead to a system-wide shutdown? That's ridiculous. And then the whole, like, people stopped caring about dinosaurs things. Are you kidding me? No. No. Like, people care immensely about animals that are available in copious amounts in the real world. There's no way people would stop caring about something as significant as dinosaurs when they're endangered. That's, and like, not even mentioning the meta aspect of all this, which is that the Jurassic franchise is wildly successful. And it wasn't even like a thing that happened gradually over a long time. The movie's timeline syncs up with the timeline in the real world, which means that in the span of 3 years, people got sick of dinosaurs. 3 whole years. Are we sure? Are we sure we're not talking absolute ass? And then there's just so many ways that they can make the mission to collect the samples for the whatever medical thing they're trying to do. If they used sedatives or that gun they shot Blue with in Fallen Kingdom. The Altoids joke falls flat both times they use it. There's a lot of clearly expendable characters, except Duncan, who they convince you will die, like, in the end, but then he just miraculously doesn't for some reason. And the film has this very weird dilemma, where the main plotline is generally uninteresting and boring compared to the much more emotionally engaging and unique B-plot, but at the same time, the B-plot is almost entirely disposable and has no impact on the wider story as a whole. And then at the same time, the actual character work in that B-plot is very thin and underexplored. It's a very strange movie. And then that's not even mentioning the insane amounts of plot armor, including but not limited to outswimming a Mosasaurus. Mosasaurus not eating the family after wrecking the boat. 4 Spinosauruses that don't eat anyone because they can outswim them, and also thought that would be a preferable alternative to staying on the ship. A flying Mutodon miraculously saving the boyfriend that goes to take a piss in the woods. It being lucky and unlucky that the T-Rex just happened to be sleeping by the raft so that other dino runs off. The T-Rex moves slower than a turtle, is somehow terrible at fishing for humans, and can't bite through an inflatable raft. Look, it's better than Dominion, but so is Root Canal. But it's a very, very messy movie. Also, there's this really weird scene at the end where, like, all the characters are about to get eaten alive until the evil man, the traitor guy, shows up at the most opportune moments to save all their lives. And, like, it's just... Did Bro not see the giant dinosaur that he was driving? It's not like it wasn't some heroic sacrifice because he's the big evil man that you're not supposed to like. He was just driving and bumped into the big dino that he didn't see, I guess. It's, yeah, I don't know. Look, if you only want dinosaur action and you don't really care about the logistics, if you just want to shut your brain off, then you'll probably enjoy it, but it's not a very well, like, that's the thing the thing people forget is that Jurassic Park wasn't just a fun dinosaur movie. It had something much more substantive and meaningful to say, and it was a really, really tightly written script, barring the obvious continuity break of the T-Rex paddock becoming a cliff out of nowhere. But none of the other Jurassic Park movies I've seen feel like they're interested in doing or saying anything other than fun dinosaur action. And if that's all you care about, then okay, more power to you. But I like that wasn't what I liked about the original Jurassic Park. And I don't think that the people who are making the new movies really understand that that was what made the original so interesting. But yeah, that'd be my bullet points review of Jurassic World Rebirth. Can we all agree Jurassic Park should have been one movie? Yes! It should have been one movie. It should have been a one and done, but that unfortunately is not how Hollywood works. That's not how these things work. If something makes money, it is not long for this world. Have I seen The Amazing Digital Circus? If so, what are my thoughts? Yes, I have seen it, and I really like it. However, I wish the show would lean more into the psychological horror elements that were present in the pilot and that we have not really seen since. There was obviously the horror episode, but that's not really what I'm... Like, that's more like in-your-face monster horror. I'm talking the liminal spaces, like the Backrooms-esque stuff they do in the pilot, where Pomni goes through the exit door and just walks seemingly for, like, that kind of stuff is what was really, really great in the pilot, and they just don't, I wish they leaned into it, because it's a very funny show. What they've been doing with the characters is really great, but there's so much more potential for what they could be doing with these characters, and I wish they took the plunge and fully invested in that part of the show. I'm hoping that because we're in the home stretch in the final few episodes of the series, that we will start seeing more of it. That was unfortunate. But I'm kind of unconvinced if they're going to. I'm hoping that they will. Anyway, it's time to fight this incredible boss fight again. That almost missed. I've seen the Kung Fu Panda movies. Yes, I've seen all 4. The first 2 are incredible. The third one is decent with a really good ending. The fourth one is terrible. And should make you appreciate 3 a lot more. The third one is not bad. The third one is heavily flawed, but overall decent. And the important thing is that it ends really well. It bookends the trilogy in a really satisfying way. And then the fourth movie just comes along and fucks with all of that, as things usually do. In keeping with the whole, if it makes money, then nothing is safe. Have I seen It 2017? Yes. It Chapter 1 is really good. Really solid horror movie. It Chapter 2 is all over the place and kind of a disaster. It's like a parody of the original 2017 It. And the way they beat Pennywise is by bullying him to death. I'm not even being funny with that. That's literally, they literally scream at him. The idea is, so he gets power by us being scared of him, so we need to make him feel small. And in order to make him feel small, we need to show him we're not afraid of him, so they just bully him. They yell mean things at him, and then by yelling mean things at him, he shrinks and then dies. It's hilarious, honestly. But yeah, the It Chapter 1 in 2017, that was really good. That was a really strong movie. Oh, balls. Best fan-made Hazbin Hotel song? Oh, I don't, Thank You and Good Night. Oh, I guess that's not fan-made, right? That's the original pilot cast singing, like, their farewell to the series. I guess that doesn't really count as fan-made. Is Addict a fan-made song? If so, I'd say because my only exposure to Hazbin Hotel for the longest time was Nate Wants to Battle's cover of Addict. If that's a fan-made song, then yeah, because I don't know if it was fan-made or if it was like a bonus thing that they did for the pilot that just didn't make it into the finished product. We're lucky that Back to the Future was an exception to this rule. Oh, we most certainly are. We're lucky that the original creators have made it crystal clear that, like, under no circumstances is any studio allowed to do any future Back to the Future content without express permission from them. They're not willing to budge on that either. They don't want to remake it. They don't want to make a sequel. And, like, yeah, great. This is everyone. I'm very happy that they are unwilling to compromise on their art. Like, the trilogy was done. It was perfect. It ended in an amazing way. Never touch it again. The game is nice supplemental content, and like this is what a Back to the Future 4 could look like. But as far as the trilogy and the movies, leave it alone. Don't touch it again. We're done. Speaking of we're done, that was this final boss is balls. Favorite Digital Circus character? See, the problem with answering this question is that I don't really have one. Like, they're all really consistently... I like them all for different reasons, is the thing. Like, they're all so unique and interesting. Kane and Zooble make me laugh the most. Jax and King are the ones whom I'm most emotionally compelled by. I probably like Pomni the most, but like it's hard to pick one that stands out among the rest. Why are we fighting this terrible boss again? Because unfortunately, you need to fight him in order to unlock the green stars. You have to beat him once to unlock the special world, which we just did. Then you need to beat him again once you have 120 stars to unlock the green stars. And then after you get all the green stars, you have to go to Grandmaster Galaxy, and that's your final gauntlet challenge. And since we already watched this cutscene once, I don't feel the need to talk over it or to narrate the dialogue again. I'll just catch up on chat in the meantime. How's the Toy Story 1 video going? The skeleton timeline, which is the audio timeline, is fully locked, so I know roughly how long it's going to be. It's going to be about 2 hours in total. And now I just need to do all the visual editing and the music syncing, which is the most time-intensive part of the process. But relatively speaking, compared to my other projects, I feel like I'm on a good pace. What do I think the Hercules remake being inspired by TikTok even means? Best faith interpretation would be that they mean the dances. They're gonna hire TikTokers to choreograph the dancing of the musical numbers, or like to make it appeal more to those types of people who watch TikTok all day. That's all I assume is what they mean by that, but I don't know. Thoughts on Linkin Park? I think I've only heard the one song, which is In the End. And even that, I haven't heard the original. I've only heard Nate Wants to Battle's cover of it, which is great. But I don't have thoughts on the band itself. You like the Bowser fights in both games? They're very simple but pretty effective, especially with the great music that makes it more impactful. But it's so quick, though. Like, the final part that we just did, where you're in the purple void, could be a cool way to subvert your expectations and be like, oh, you thought it was going to be a simple, boring boss fight? Nuh-uh. There's a secret final phase that's going to really kick your ass. But the problem is he's so easy to defeat that he just kind of feels anticlimactic, especially compared to some of the other bosses. Like, the Bowser Jr. fights shit all over the Bowser fights in this game. They feel a lot more climactic and dramatic of showdowns than the Bowser fights do. Have I seen Welcome to Derry? No, I know it's a thing, but I'm just like, I don't know. It Chapter 2 was just so bad. I'm like, I kind of don't care. I'm like, I don't think I care. Like, if I was really interested, because I was never a diehard It fan. I just really liked the 2017 movie and was therefore also really excited to watch the second one. But the second one was so disappointing that I kind of just, I don't know. Maybe the sequel series is or prequel series, whatever kind of series it is really good. Maybe I'll watch it someday, but it's not. That's not on my. There's too many other things I want to watch. To be fair, the book, it was also a mess and all over the place. Oh, but that's a good opportunity to improve upon it, though. Like, if the source material has a lot of great potential and is mostly solid, but just has a few parts that are inconsistent or all over the place or weirdly paced or just weird in general, then that would be an opportunity. Like, that's why that would be a reason to remake something, is to take something that you really like and are really fond of, but just think that there's room for it. Because why, if you're just going to do the same thing again, why even bother? Why even bother remaking it? This is one of many problems with the Halo CE remake, is they've made it, they're like, this is the perfect game, the perfect story, the perfect experience, and we really want to keep the story exactly the same as it was in the original. No, you should not be doing that. The Combat Evolved's original story is extremely bare bones and simplistic. And so if you're going to remake it, what you should be doing is expanding upon it, making it a little more interesting, fleshing out the characters some more. You should not just be, if I can get the same narrative experience playing the remake as I can the original, then why would I ever play the remake over the original? I don't get it. And by the way, this doesn't mean you do the Lilo and Stitch thing, where you just completely ignore the original intent of the goal. If you're going to change things for a remake, then you should be focused on strengthening the original intentions of the story. You shouldn't be focused on completely bulldozing over the original intentions for the story, because that's just stupid. Have I seen it with Tim Curry? No, I have not. Yeah, did I ever play Disney Infinity? No, my Toys to Life game was Skylanders Spyro's Adventure. That was the game that I played that I got all, like, I still have, to this day, I still have all my original Skylanders from the first game. And that was, like, I wasn't about to invest that much time and money into, I mean, not that it would have been, I wasn't going to ask my parents to get, like, because these games came out when I was a kid. I wasn't about to ask my parents to be like, hey, can I have all the other toys for the next Skylanders game, and the next one, and the next one, and also the Disney Infinity one? But in retrospect, I wish I hadn't used up that card on Skylanders, because I think I probably would have gotten a lot more enjoyment out of, not to say I didn't, because I did enjoy Skylanders a lot, but knowing me, I probably would have gotten a lot more out of Disney Infinity and getting all those collectibles than Skylanders. But it is like, it is a really scummy way to make a game, because you literally can't 100% Skylanders if you just, they give you enough Skylanders in the starter pack to get to start playing. That's why it's called a starter pack. But you literally cannot 100% that game. And while it might be possible to beat the game with the starter pack, the final boss is so grueling that I'm not, it's borderline, at least for the target demographic, I feel like it would be borderline impossible to actually get through that final boss with just the starting 3 Skylanders. I don't know. Again, maybe it's possible, but I sure as hell, I don't think I could do it. No! Oh, I got so far. I got so far with the Infinite Floater Jump. I was trying so hard to get up into the final, oh well.
So much.
How's my Ralph Breaks the Internet video going? Not something I'm working on. My priority right now is the Toy Story 1 love letter, because the 30th anniversary is right around the corner, and that is my absolute top priority, is to get that out in time for the anniversary. Disney Infinity is made by the 360 TS3 devs. Oh, well, then... Oh, I didn't realize your cursor could still be seen on the credit screen. It's kind of weird. Yeah, the Toy Story 3 game on 360 is very good, so... Yeah, I probably would have enjoyed Disney Infinity a lot. You can actually die in the credits of the Mario. Yeah, I was trying to do that. You may have noticed, as I'm pretty sure it's the snow level is where you can do it. I think you need to start flying as you're falling down into the planet, and I didn't do that. But I was trying to see, because I wonder, like, do you even respawn if you die in the credits, or does the game just break? That's what I was trying to find out, but, because I don't know. I know it's possible, I just don't know what happens when you do. It's just like, does the game just get sucked into a black hole? To disappear into a singularity. Alright, the Green Star Challenge is on. Fuck Green Stars? I don't hate the Green Stars. But I would like them a lot more if they didn't kick you out of the level each time you got one. Like, if you were able to collect a green star and then keep exploring the level if there were more to be found, like you could with blue coins and Sunshine, then that would make this a lot better than it is currently, where it just results in you having to replay the same levels again and again and again, and that gets really tiresome really quickly. I considered temporarily just doing the green star stuff off stream so that we could focus on doing the exciting stuff on stream. The exciting stuff being the Grandmaster Galaxy. But what I ultimately decided is that because the green stars can be a little monotonous, it will make things better for me if I do them on stream, because it means that I can just kind of casually chat with people in the meantime and answer questions while we go hopping around the universe and collecting green stars. Also, someone told me that you can skip the green star animations now. Is that true? Let's see. You can. Okay. That's already a huge improvement. You don't have to watch these cutscenes. Because the trick that I would use in the original game to expedite that process is if there were more than one green star, if there were multiple green stars in a single level, what I would do is I would, rather than click, like let's say green stars 1 and 2 are in the same mission, rather than going to green star 2, I would just go to green star 1 again, and then because I've already played through that star once, I would be able to skip the cutscene. But now they've made it so that you can skip through the cutscenes for all of them, which is a great quality of life change. Am I gonna see Wicked Part 2? Yeah, I saw Wicked Part 1 last year with FG, so we're probably going to go see Wicked Part 2 this year. I wouldn't see it were it not for her, but yeah, that's probably gonna be my plan. We'll go see that when she's back in town next month. Thoughts on Wicked? I have the most lukewarm normie position on Wicked. I enjoyed watching it. Music was phenomenal. Dustin, I don't really. You couldn't have an in-depth analytical discussion with me about Wicked because I just don't. To say I don't care is a bit mean because like I did enjoy watching it, but I just don't have any strong feelings about Wicked. Even though I have, like, as soon as we came out of the theater, I immediately wanted to blast Defying Gravity through my speakers on the car ride home. But it's just not a... Like, I would need to rewatch Wicked Part 1 again before going to see Wicked Part 2, because I don't remember a whole, like, the finer details of it. But I enjoyed watching it. Am I gonna get all the green stars in one sitting? Oh god, no, I don't have time to do that. We're probably gonna go for another, maybe another hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how well things go and how I feel. I'd say going for another 2 hours is the absolute maximum that I can do today before I have to leave, because I have other things that I need to get done today. But that's my current plan, is to just go. And I don't think it's going to be possible for us to clear out all the green stars in one sitting. But I do plan to get as far as I can. Because my goal is for the next stream for us to finish this game. I properly finish it with all 242 stars, perfect run cleared, all that stuff. Green stars seem like a grind fest. Kinda, yeah. They wouldn't be if they just made a few simple changes to the way that they're structured. But, unfortunately, those changes are not here. But it's alright. I certainly prefer them to the post-game of the original. Whether you consider that to be the Purple Coin Gauntlet or the Super Luigi Galaxy. This is way better than that. Either of those things. A video that shows all locations for them is 2 hours, 30 minutes. Right, but showing all locations isn't necessarily the same thing as, like, you also have to factor in the time spent coming back to Starship Mario, going into the galaxies, moving around the world map, loading in, and retracing your steps through each level. Doing that, I think is going to take more than 2.5 hours. If I were to pull the AM hate rant on any piece of media, what would it be? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I could make those types of videos for. Because it's fresh on my mind, Stranger Things Season 3, I could easily make a video ripping that to shreds. Halo 5, oh my god. I have been wanting to make a video ripping apart Halo 5 since I was in middle school. Well, really, since I was in high school, really, because in middle school, I wasn't even, that kind of video wasn't something that I even remotely considered making, honestly. Like, the only thing I thought I was ever going to do on YouTube was gaming Let's Plays. That was all I thought I would do and all I was interested in making. But the passion for how awful Halo 5 was and how much I hated it was there since middle school when I first played it. Then high school was when I started thinking, you know, maybe, what if I made a video actually breaking down how much I hate this game? And I almost did. I had a full script written, I had a full script recorded and narrated, I had a decent chunk of the visuals edited for that as well. I just never finished it. So I've been wanting to make a video ripping Halo 5 apart for 10 years at this point. What do I think of Hopper in all Stranger Things seasons? He's probably the best character in Season 1. He's still really strong in Season 2. Even if he does have a moment of, like, maybe make a better choice here, Hop. And there's some bits in Season 2 where I'm like, I wish you acted differently. I wish you made a different choice. But he's still mostly pretty solid. He feels like a mostly consistent version of who he was in Season 1. Season 3, he's completely destroyed. He's a blithering man-baby. He's a complete idiot. He's emotionally stunted. He's completely immature. He's stupid as hell. He's the most stereotypical, misogynistic, like, toxically masculine person you could imagine, where he, like, revels in causing violence to people, which is not how... Hopper's a war veteran. He fought in the Vietnam War. So if anything, he should be actively disincentivized from engaging in violent acts with people and should be trying to resolve things peacefully, which he was in the first 2 seasons. And he only ever got violent if the situation demanded it. And even then, it was never gratuitous. It was just like, okay, I need to punch you once to knock you out and then carry on. I don't become Jigsaw and threaten to cut off your fingers one at a time because I don't know what I'm doing with writing. If only this game had some sort of radar where it shows the location for the stars. Well, I mean, it does have the sound effects. Like, when you're near a green star, it does play the little shiny jingle to let you know that you're close to it, and you kind of just have to zero in on exactly where that sound is coming from. That I don't necessarily have a problem with. I just wish they didn't kick you out of the level each time. That's really it. That's my only bone to pick with the green stars. If it weren't for that, I would have no problem with them whatsoever. And it's especially bad in galaxies like Battle Belt, where you just have to fight the same enemies on the same planets over and over and over again. Thoughts on 11 in Stranger Things? I'd say she's been... The reason I'm hesitating is because what I think of her character and what I think of how her character's used are kind of 2 different things. Like, they've done a lot of really great work exploring her character and her backstory post-season. Like, Season 2... 11's storyline is pretty engaging, even if it is heavily divorced from the main plot of the season. There is something to it, emotionally speaking, until the point where it all gets flipped upside down. Haha. And they do the stupid backdoor pilot episode. That's the point where it goes to shit. But until that point, it's pretty interesting. Season 4 is the best season in terms of how it explores 11's past. Season 3, they don't do fucking anything with her, but they don't do anything with most characters in Season 3. But the thing with 11 is that a common criticism that a lot of people have that is very much warranted in regards to Stranger Things is that the final boss of each season is pretty much defeated the exact same way, in that 11 puts her hands up and screams at the bad guy until they disintegrate. The one thing about Season 3 that, like, Season 3 is the one season where you can't say this because she doesn't have her powers at the end of Season 3. That's not enough to make the season not terrible, but it's at least something. So, you know, a lot of people are memeing about how the final battle of Season 5 is just going to be 11 puts her hand up and screams and then the bad guy dies, which is probably going to be the case. I hope they have some other surprises in store to make it less redundant and repetitive, because I am kind of sick of that image of her just screaming at the bad guy. It's getting... Oh, I wouldn't even say getting old. It is old. It has gotten old. It's been old for many seasons at this point. Imagine treasure hunting stages, but you had to go back to the start after every shard. More like you had to go back to the main menu and then reload into the stage to find each shard. Yeah, see, like, listen to that little jingle. Can I get it with Yoshi? You probably can get it with Yoshi, but I don't have time to spare. We're gonna ditch him and grab it with good old Mario. Have I seen K-pop Demon Hunters? No. And I probably never will. But I did see a lot of people at the theater yesterday cosplaying as K-pop Demon Hunter characters. And I assume, well, they were obviously there for the sing-along, so. But no, I have not seen it. Does not sound like something that would appeal to me at all, so I'm just going to not watch it. How hyped will I be when Secret of the Mimic VR comes out? I'll drop everything I'm currently doing, immediately download the update, and record the first episode of my LP. I want to play that game in VR so badly. Well, I guess I just want to play the game in general, but I am unwilling to play the game in general unless it comes to VR. So, you know, TikTok. I suspect that Steel Wool's original plan was to have the VR mode ready for Halloween, because they made a big, they put a lot of time and resources into marketing the physical release of Secret of the Mimic. And I feel like the reason is because it was originally going to be like, the game's available on physical, and also it has VR mode now. Instead of just, hey, you can buy the disc if you want. Because it would have made sense too, right? You know, it comes out on Halloween, you get to play the game in VR. Now I'm just like, when are we getting VR mode, Steel Wool? Did you forget about us? The first time anyone could even play this game was in VR. That was the original demo you had on the show floor at PAX or whatever convention it was. So, what gives? Where's my VR mode, Steel Wool? Have you already bought the game? Oh, no, sorry, I guess I need download, like, buy the game. Yeah, I haven't even bought the game yet. So, no, I have not bought the game. But I would need to buy the game and then download that and the update to play in VR. When the store page was first available, it had all the qualifiers, like, you need, it's gonna be compatible with VR2. Why did I do that? I did not intend to jump into that again. I was just trying to oh well. It's like, it's compatible with VR, it's compatible with the touch controllers, and if you want to play it, you need this wide of a play area. And then they just, it's taken forever. Well, yeah, at least I did it faster than I did the first time. And they still have not given us VR mode. It's annoying. Ever seen the Night Museum movies? Yes. Yes, I have. What did I see at the theater yesterday? Back to the Future in IMAX for the 40th anniversary. What I say is my favorite weapon from Infinite? Probably the Rapid Fire Pulse Carbine combined with the BR-75 Breacher. That's, when I go into the Nexus, that's always the loadout that I bring with me. I bring the Rapid Fire Pulse Carbine, and I bring the BR-75 Breacher, because there's plasma and kinetic refill stations all throughout the Nexus. And I can usually stretch at least one of those weapons into the Command Spire. By the time I reach Repository, though, I need to ditch them because I'm out of ammo and there's no more refill stations. It's more practical for me to switch to a different weapon, but that's my endgame loadout. Or at least the beginning of endgame loadout. How was it? It's as great as it always has been. Back to the Future is one of very few movies where each time I watch it, I am routinely impressed by how brilliant it is. It's genuinely one of the smartest stories that's ever been written, and it's even more brilliantly brought to life in execution on the screen. It is just perfection from beginning to end. It's one of the most significant and one of the greatest movies that has ever been made. Never seen it before in IMAX, me either. This is because I had already seen Back to the Future in theaters a couple of years ago, and I had already seen it live in symphony orchestra, like live in concert earlier this year, back in July. But I had that was so. Otherwise, I wouldn't have really had much of an incentive to go see it in theaters again when I already had two relatively recent sort of live event experiences watching the movie. But in IMAX, on a screen that big, that's a whole other deal. That's why I am at least looking forward to Toy Story 5 being released in IMAX next year. That's something. What would be if Disney were smart, they'd bring the whole trilogy, and I guess by proxy the whole series, back to theaters in IMAX. Because I'm kind of pissed, actually, because I wanted, like, Toy Story 3 came out in IMAX 3D back in 2010. That was one of the formats in which you could watch it. But my dad was like, no, you don't want to watch the movie in IMAX. The IMAX screens are curved, and the image is all blurry, and you don't want to see it in IMAX. So we didn't. But now that I'm an adult and I've actually seen IMAX movies, I'm like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Got it. Okay. So now I probably have forever missed the chance to see Toy Story 3 in IMAX, and unless Disney actually brings it back to theaters, but they probably won't because they hate making money and they hate making good decisions. Toy Story 5 comes out next year. Oh, it most certainly does, my friend. Time is an illusion, and it's hard to believe because it feels like just yesterday that the announcement first came out, but it's coming whether we like it or not. It's right around the corner. We can't escape our destiny. We can't escape our density. We can run, but we cannot hide from Toy Story 5. Dread it, run from it. Density arrives all the same. June 2026 is going to be a super happy fun time. You hope all 4 Toy Stories come back to theaters before 5. Yeah, I do too. That's... Again, it would make perfect sense for Disney to do it, which is why they probably won't do it. They surprised me enough when they brought back Toy Story 1 to theaters for the 30th anniversary. That was already more than I expected of them. And, you know, there is precedent, because for Toy Story 3, they brought the first 2 movies back to theaters for the 3D re-release, the double feature. And then for Toy Story 4, they brought they had an all-day 4-movie marathon. So there is precedent for this kind of thing. It's just like, whether or not they'll do it again I can't believe I missed that. Whether or not they'll do it again for Toy Story 5. Any favorite scenes from Back to the Future that isn't the clock tower? I mean, really just the whole, like, like I said, it's perfection from beginning to end. But the first major scene where, like, everything starts coming together and you really see what the movie's been doing the whole time is in the parking lot, George McFly versus Biff. And then how that leads into the dance scene with Marty on stage playing Earth Angel and then Johnny Be Good. And then how that, because it's not, the climax of Back to the Future isn't just the clock tower. It's the parking lot, it's the dance, and then it's the clock tower. And that's, it's so great. But I mean, it's a funny movie seeing Marty being a fish out of water and seeing his parents as they were kids and meeting Doc again for the first time. Yeah, there's nothing really stands out because of how consistently incredible Back to the Future is. You're really surprised they didn't put Toy Story 3 back in theaters for the 15th anniversary? I'm not really at all, honestly. Like I said, Disney is not known for making great decisions when it comes to this. They'll happily remake a bunch of movies, profit off of them that way, but they are... It's very sporadic when they do or do not choose to re-release movies in theaters. Am I ready for all my notifications to blow up on social media when Toy Story 5 releases? Oh, that's gonna happen way before. It's gonna happen when the trailer drops. And with my luck, it's gonna happen in the worst possible time while I'm in the middle of working on the Toy Story 1 love letter. The rest of this year is gonna be a nightmare for me. I'm really not looking forward to seeing how everything crashes together because it's only a matter of time before the trailer drops at this point. Would I see Toy Story 4 again in theaters? I would see it again in theaters if it was attached to the rest of the movies. I would sit through, because it's like Toy Story 4 is not unwatchable. I can sit through it if I have to. There's other things, like I do not want to sit through the Halo show again. I'm already regretting my choice to sit through Stranger Things Season 3 again. Because I'm doing it because Season 5 is coming out and I want to go back to the whole series and see if maybe I was too hard on Season 3. I wasn't hard enough, actually. So, I'm regretting my choice because, like, Stranger Things Season 3 is genuinely unwatchable garbage at times. But Toy Story 4 is perfectly watchable, so I would not mind sitting through it again. If it meant that I could watch the original trilogy in theaters again. Plus, I'm kind of numb to a lot of it at this point because I've spent so much time thinking about it, analyzing it, and just scrubbing through footage of it in the process of making my Toy Story 4 series that it just doesn't really have the same impact on me that it did in high school because of how thoroughly I've torn that movie to pieces. Uh-oh. It's just... I am numb to so much of it. Would I rather watch the Toy Story 4 we got or the rom-com version of the movie? I would literally re-roll the dice with anyone and anything that isn't what we got. I would gladly re-roll the dice with the alternate version where they, like, swap heads or whatever. Can't be worse. Can't be worse. Thoughts on Cortana and Halo 5? You know the answer to that. That's the reason why I hated... I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I hate Halo 5, but the main reason why I hated Halo 5 when I first played it is because of how much they butchered Cortana's character. That is the... If you're only gonna hate Halo 5 for one reason, that is the reason. Do I hate Lightyear or Free Guy? You mean which one do I hate more? It's a good question because I hate them both for different reasons. Like, Free Guy is just offensive to the medium of video games. Like, as a fan of the medium, I can't stand that movie. But Lightyear is offensive to me because it's the domino that knocked over Pixar. So it's a very different ballgame. I mean, Lightyear's a much worse movie than Free Guy. Although it looks better. Like, Free Guy looks worse than Lightyear. Lightyear is at least visually stunning. Free Guy is not visually stunning at all. It's still a better movie, though. Apparently Free Guy 2 was canceled. Oh, man. What a shame. Let me play a sad song for 20th Century Fox and Disney on the world's saddest, smallest violin. Yeah, on the whole Cortana thing, I would... There's probably gonna be a section in my when I eventually make my Halo Infinite video, where I just go to town on how awful Halo... Because knowing that it's going to be watched by people who don't know about or otherwise don't care about Halo, I want to have a section going over how shit Halo 5 was, so you have like full context going into Infinite for how awful everything was and what the state of affairs was. Damn it. So that'll probably be my chance to finally scream about how awful that story is. Does sprinting really make a difference? No, you're barely... If you race someone with them walking and you sprinting full speed, it does not make a difference at all. I mean, the person who sprints will get to the other side faster, but by a matter of not even a second, it seems like. The only reason the mechanic is there is because people need their gotta go fast button. Which is like, it's just a tacit admission that the mechanic is pointless and stupid and shouldn't be in Halo, but they just can't go all the way and remove it altogether. Which is just like, you clearly know, you acknowledge, like, if the only way to make a mechanic viable is to nerf it to the point of obsolescence, then why even have it in the game? Just remove it altogether. It's stupid. It doesn't do it. It's pointless. And the other thing too is that it's not like I still feel compelled to use it because in a competitive multiplayer match, you're going to take advantage of you're going to use every advantage you can get, even if it just makes you a little bit faster. And in a competitive match, every second counts for, like, trying to stop a flag cap or trying to stop a bomb plant or anything like that. So, yeah, it's just, I just wish it wasn't there. It's the game plays so much better in the Delta playlist when you don't have sprint and you don't have clamber and you don't have slide and you just have a... That is actually the most telling thing, is that when you play the Delta playlist of Halo Infinite, your base movement speed is increased in the absence of sprint, and your base jump height is increased in the absence of clamber. Because neither of those mechanics actually allow you to climb any higher gaps or any higher ledges or run any faster or clear distances faster. Because it has to arbitrarily slow you down in order to make the mechanics seem justified. Unfortunately, I don't think Halo Studios is ever going to remove sprint altogether. People like their gotta go fast button way too much. Even if it has horrible impacts on the way the game is designed, it does not matter in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately. It's my favorite Spider-Man movie. It's either Spider-Man Homecoming or Into the Spider-Verse. I need to rewatch. I haven't seen Spider-Man Homecoming in a long, long time. Like 4 or 5 years since I've seen that movie, I think. Whereas Into the Spider-Verse I watched more recently because I rewatched it in anticipation of Across the Spider-Verse. What's new? Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is new, and it's great, and I love it, and it healed my soul again, like the first season did. Other than that, just, same old, I suppose. Oh, the Halo Campaign Evolved remake is new, and it looks like shit. Thoughts on Homestuck Pilot? I have not seen the Homestuck Pilot. Am I interested in watching Pluribus? It's made by the guy who made Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, so yeah, I'm interested in watching it. I am not going to expect it to dethrone either of those two shows because that's just setting myself up for disappointment in the same way that I did not expect Knights of Guinevere to dethrone The Owl House because like if you go into something expecting it to be the greatest thing you've ever seen that's gonna blow all your previous favorite things to smithereens, I get why you think that, because you have such respect for the creator that you're expecting that level of greatness, but that's putting an unsustainable amount of pressure on someone and just, again, setting yourself up for disappointment. So, but yes, I am looking forward to, I don't know anything about it, and I prefer to keep it that way. I just know that it's being made by Vince Gilligan, and I know that I do not know how to pronounce her name. Is it Rhea Seehorn? I don't know exactly how to pronounce her name, but Kim Wexler's actress is the lead, and I am looking forward to seeing how it is. Bro's gonna be on a trip again once the Toy Story 5 trailer comes out. Oh, not this time. I don't have any more major trips planned for the rest of the year. I am staying right where I am. There's some local events I'm going to that I'm excited about. Like, the annual Straight No Chaser concert's coming to my hometown again. I got some, John Mulaney is doing stand-up near where I live. I'm going to see Home Alone live with a live audience, and Macaulay Culkin's gonna be there, which I'm really excited for. And of course, you know, it's the family. Family's all gonna get together, but as far as like, I mean, when I get back together with my family for the holidays, I still have a work set up with me that I can always default to and rely on. But I do not have the types of trips you're thinking of, the ones that impeded my ability to make my D23 videos in a timely manner. Though I have none of those planned for the rest of the year. The big thing is going to be whether the Toy Story 5 trailer coming out is going to screw with my plans to make the Toy Story 1 love letter, because it's very possible that they might, or it might, and I'm hoping that it doesn't. Oh god. The favorite Better Call Saul characters? Just the main ones. Jimmy, Kim, and Mike. Mike is a character who I really didn't... It's not that I didn't care about him, but I didn't care about him until Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul made me see that character in a whole new light. But again, that's just the case for everyone in that show. Like, watching Breaking Bad through the lens of Better Call Saul, like having all the events of Better Call Saul in the back of your head while watching Breaking Bad makes it a very different experience. Knowing how things got to that point for some characters like Jimmy and Mike. So, yeah, that's probably my answer for that. Thoughts on Halo 2? It has a very strong story, and its gameplay and level design is a significant step back from Combat Evolved in just about every way imagined. It has some improvements, but it's one step forward, two steps back for the whole game. Thoughts on the Hazbin Hotel character, Sir Pentious? So it's funny you mentioned this right now, because speaking of characters who I didn't care about, like, I didn't care about him. I cared about him, but I didn't care about him until Season 2. Season 2 did a lot of... In just one episode, it backfilled so much about his character that retroactively makes Season 1 so much more meaningful. The final payoff for his character in Season 1 has so much more impact, knowing all that stuff about his character that we learned from Season 2. What Christmas movie am I going to watch this year? For commentaries? None. We don't have any... The schedule is too jam-packed for us to do that this year. The idea is to hopefully get the Sonic triple feature out by the end of the year, but we'll see what happens with that. You can use assist mode in the perfect run, and while you still have 1 life, you can redo specific sections and not have to do the entire level from the start. Yeah, but that ruins the challenge. I'm not interested in. I want the challenge. I want to conquer the challenge. I don't want to just assist mode my way through it. I'm glad it's there for people who need it, but I have no plans on using it myself when we eventually get to the perfect run. Hopefully next stream. We shouldn't need any more than 1 stream to get through this. Sonic 3 did release in December. Yeah, and it does have a scene where there's a Christmas tree. They did release Christmas parody posters for Sonic 3. They even released a Christmas short to help promote Sonic 3. Have you seen Toy Story The Time Forgot? Yeah. Not really a fan of it. It just feels like Buzz's arc again, but worse for the Battlesore characters. Oh, right, yeah, and he also does say, I'll be home by Christmas at the end of movie 1. So, yeah. There's some room to work with there. It's not totally out of nowhere. I mean, not that I still wouldn't call them Christmas movies. I'm not one of those people who says Die Hard is a Christmas movie, because I don't know. Being tangentially related or taking place during Christmas is not really enough. Because, like, at that point, you may as well call Halo 3 a Christmas game, because that takes place during that time of year. But you'd be, like, no one would do that, because, of course not. Because the game has nothing at all to do with the holiday season. Christmas adjacent. Yeah, it's a Christmas adjacent movie. There, we'll go with that. It is a Christmas adjacent movie. Sonic commentary would be a great Christmas present. Well, like I said, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Have I seen any Twilight Zone episodes? No, unless you count Twilight Zone Tower of Terror at Disney World. Because like the premise of that attraction is essentially that you're experiencing a live, like you are inside an episode of the Twilight Zone with what's happening at the hotel. So, it's, if you consider that's my only exposure to the Twilight Zone, I guess is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I skipped the Green Star. Oh well. Let's go back again. Hopefully the toys actually do stuff in Toy Story 5. I mean, you'd think they'd have to, because like they've talked about how Jesse needs to gather all the toys up, and they're gonna be bickering with Woody about what to do. I still don't know what the general structure is gonna be, because you'd think it has to be that the story takes place entirely in Bonnie's room, because of like the lily pad's just gonna be there screwing things up, unless they're gonna do an Inside Out 2 thing where the lily pad somehow, I don't know, ejects them from Bonnie's house. I don't know how she would do this, but like she just does that somehow, and that's why they're all scattered. Like that's the best I can think of for what Tim Allen means when he say that they're all over the place. Is like the lily pad through some means uses her witchy powers to displace the toys, and Jesse has to find them all. Because otherwise, Pixar's never done a Toy Story movie where it takes place entirely in the kid's room the whole time. Like, the whole idea is you need to get back to the kid's room or the RV or whatever. The closest you came is Toy Story 2, where Woody has his stuff in Al's apartment, but that's still not really comparable when you have all the other. I guess they compare. Like I mentioned in the D23 video, it feel like it has to be kind of similar to Toy Story 2 in the sense that you have one storyline in the room the whole time, and then you have another one of the crazy action stuff with probably the 50 or 100 different buzzes. But I don't know that the lily pad is going to be interesting enough to justify keeping it locked in just one room the whole time. I'm just looking forward to the trailer being out so we can stop having questions about all this stuff. Like, again, I'm not expecting to know everything about a movie beforehand because, obviously, what's the point if you know everything? But we have nothing. It feels like we have so much, and yet we have nothing to work with. This one's a real nuisance. Nope, nope. Can Tim Allen please stop giving Toy Story 5 related info in interviews? Yeah, we really need to just ban him from talking about this movie. He's really not doing it any favors. Andrew Stanton says there's 50 buzzes. Tim Allen says there's 100 buzzers. Buzzes. And he also said that the reason the buzzes got on that island is because of a plane crash. Like, I'm sorry, a plane crashed? And they're all alive? Remember in the first movie when a buzz fell down the stairs and broke his arm? Yeah, well now 100 of them or 50 of them or whatever number they come up with next time can crash in a plane and still be fine. And also, apparently, there's no wreckage anywhere near the island of this alleged plane crash. Like, come on. You really hope the Toy Story 5 doesn't bomb when it releases? I don't know, don't you want to discourage Pixar from making endless sequels and endless farming, like, milking of Toy Story? Unless you mean critically, in which case, well, yeah, I would like it to not. I would like it to not. Well, I mean, I say that, but Toy Story 4 wasn't a critical bomb, and that movie's a piece of shit. So, yeah, yes, I'm hoping that it ends up being good. Flight 828. I understood that reference. I appreciate that reference. I wish Manifest had a better. Oh shit. Alright, we'll go get the other green star. I wish Manifest had a better ending, because the one it got made me want to break something. That truly is one of my greatest fears in life, is a show that you're attached to just gets a shitty, terrible ending that makes you feel like you're wasted your time. Manifest's ending is one of the best examples I can think of an ending that just feels like you wasted the last 7 years of your life. Or no, 5 years, sorry. It was 5 years from when that show started to when it ended. They literally erase the entire show in that series finale. It's so bad. Favorite mission briefing in the Mission Impossible series? It's either Rogue Nation, because of how they invert your expectations, or Final Reckoning because of how much of a love letter it is to the whole series. How long has it been? I've been going for about 2.5 hours at this point. And now we're just on the hunt for some green stars. Which means replaying levels again and again and again. Starburst ending. Oh, I am so happy I was not a fan of Star Wars Forces of Evil. I've only heard horror stories, and knowing me, I can guarantee you I would have been furious if I had actually been, because I didn't even know that show existed until I got into the Owl House and started going down the rabbit hole of, look at all these other Disney animated, god damn it, look at all these other Disney animated shows that I missed out on, and I found out about Star Wars: Forces of Evil, but my version of finding out about it is just, oh, look how they fucking ruined everything. So is there some favorite movie of all time? Yes. What's a movie with an awful beginning but great ending? I guess the Mission Impossible Final Reckoning kind of fits that description. I wouldn't say it has an awful beginning, but it's a... The first act is extremely messy, I'll say. It's an extremely messy first act. So, but like once the movie really picks up steam, it gets really good. It's just a kind of a slog to actually get to that point. She commits mass genocide worse than Thanos. Oh yeah, I know. Like I said, I've heard the horror stories. I don't even think I've heard all the horror stories. I just know the bulk of what I understand about Star Wars: The Force of Evil is that it was ruined by shipping, and that the final episode just completely, like, they are completely unaware of the horrors and the atrocities that are committed by that decision that the character makes. And yeah, I'm just thankful I never got into it. I've been burned by enough shows in life. Do I know what the awful ending of Star Versus exactly is? Worlds merge because the power of love. That's how I would describe the ending of Star Wars: Forces of Evil, having not seen it. But it's also why I will never watch Game of Thrones, by the way. Because even though people say Game of Thrones is like one of the greatest, most ambitious cinematics television shows ever made, I know how it ends. I know its ending was... Because you know how hard it is to, like, piss off an entire fan base? It's really hard to do that. Even like, Stranger Things Season 3 is a pile of absolute unmitigated dog shit, and there are people who say it's their favorite season of the show, and the episodes on IMDb are still generally positively received. But Game of Thrones, no one well, okay, I can't say no. Overwhelmingly, the entirety of the fan base was pissed beyond belief at how Game of Thrones ended. So, like, I'm good. I'm not gonna sign up. I'm not gonna sign on to watch a show that just ends up being a total waste of my time. I still remember, like, vicariously experiencing the frustrations people had with Game of Thrones as it was coming out, because it ended in spring of 2019, and I was just watching a lot of rant videos and people who were so thoroughly unhappy. And of course, it's kind of the same way. How I felt about their videos is probably, I imagine, how a lot of you feel about my videos, in that their pain is my gain. Like, yeah, they're suffering watching something they love get ripped to pieces, but I get a funny rant video out of it. And now I'm on the other side of that coin, so it's kind of funny how things work out. But yeah, so I vicariously was, like, feeling the pain of other people, but I know I'm not interested in experiencing it myself. Like, that's why I'm so reluctant to start watching shows before they end, because you just never know. You just never know how things are gonna turn out. And I've had too many experiences with shows that just completely fuck themselves over by the end. Well, haven't I ever seen The Walking Dead show, and do I plan to? I'm just, you know, I'm good with the games. I'm content with the Telltale games that I played. I don't really feel a strong urge to watch the show. Also, I've heard The Walking Dead show kind of gets terrible. Kind of going with what I was saying earlier. I've heard The Walking Dead show really falls off a cliff at a certain point. So, I don't really feel the need to experience that suffering. I'm happy with the games I played. Have I seen Carrie? No. Have I ever watched Mystery Science Theater 3000? No. Whoa. Hey now. Let's not fall. I remember these green stars being a big old pain in the ass to get. There's still 8 cars on the road. Yeah, I mean, well, 90% of it is still fun to watch because of how stupid it is. Although I will say that that fun is kind of worn off somewhat. I don't really have the same, get the same enjoyment out of it that I used to because of, like, seeing how the finale turned up. But yeah, I'm not at all a fan of Cars on the Road. Will I ever do an audio commentary on the Indiana Jones franchise? Possibly. Hold on. Hold on. Nah, almost saved that. Your extent of knowledge in The Walking Dead is the Breaking Bad Easter egg leads to people thinking they're in the same universe. Oh yeah, what is it like? What is it that people think Walter White's meth is what caused the zombie outbreak? The Walker outbreak or whatever? You know, my days of theorizing about this stuff are long behind me. Okay. Let's see if we can... No! I feel like I dropped input there. Oh, are you kidding me? Of course, I wasn't even in line with it. I was slightly off, so of course. Would I rather watch Cars on the Road or Mater's Tall Tales? Mater's Tall Tales. Come on. No, I it happened. I told you this is a pain in the ass to get. Still not as bad as Flipstar Galaxy Green Star 3. That one's bad too, but you can get it more consistently because you can use Mario's homing stomp to get it. No such homing stomp can bail you out of this one. There, finally. Jesus fuck. Minecraft Story Mode Season 1 Part 2 throwing away Axel and Olivia was tolerable, but Axel and Olivia and Lucas and Ivor being gone for most of Season 2 was awful. Yeah, that was one of my biggest hang-ups about Season 2 when I first played it, is that so many characters from Season 1 were just gone completely. Like, I already didn't like how Axel and Olivia were mistreated in the Portal story arc, but then they doubled down on it in Season 2. It seems like they think the only character anybody likes from Season 1 was Petra, which, to be fair, Petra is kind of amazing. She is best character, but she's not the only good character. So, Petra's the only one from Season 1 that has any level of plot. Lucas has his thing in Season 2, in Episode 2, and then Ivor has his thing in Episode 4. Axel and Olivia are there for 5 seconds in Episode 1, and then maybe 20 seconds in Episode 5. Lucas comes back there as well, Ivor's back. It just feels like an afterthought. So much and I am kind of interested in seeing when I replay Season 2 later this year. Which, by the way, I think someone asked earlier in the stream, when am I going to play Season 2? It's not going to be until after I finish the Toy Story 1 video. But I am interested in seeing if I like the new characters any better than I did the first time. Because, and like, wondering how much, because I really hated all of them all the new characters. I hated Radar, I hated Jack, I hated Nerm, I hated Luna. Stella, oh, Stella was such a bitch. I hated Stella. I hated all of them, and I'm wondering how much of that was just because I was so annoyed that the original characters had been utterly shafted. But I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. What's part of Toy Story 4, what I say is the most tolerable or most representative of the OG trilogy's charm? The kindergarten scene, easily. That is quite easily the best thing about Toy Story 4. It's the most authentic to what a young kid's experience is like on the first day of kindergarten. It's the one scene in the movie that actually feels authentic to Toy Story. And, like, the strengths of that franchise and why people like it. Which I can't say for most of it. Harper did the narration for Lilypad. Yeah, it's especially... Well, I mean, she did the whole Toy Story 5 presentation this year at D23. The funnier part is that she... Well, I guess it kind of works in both ways. She introduced Lilypad, which could be likened to Palma. And then she also introduced the evil... we like to call them the Multibuzz, which is reminiscent of the army of Palma bots in Minecraft Story Mode. It's just funny. It's funny thinking about it that way. Because you know it wasn't at all intentional, but it's still funny. Do I prefer Forky or Smarty Pants? Well, I'll let you know after I watch Toy Story 5, but based on the premise alone, like I said in my D23 video, at least Forkface is a product of a kid's creativity, imagination, and love, and not a fucking potty training toy. You know, subterranean bars and all that, but even if Smarty Pants technically makes more sense, he's far less cringe-inducing. Or sorry, far more cringe-inducing. Forkface makes less sense, but he's much, much less cringe-inducing than Smarty Pants, who, yeah, sure, he is a toy, so he should be sentient, but it's a potty training toy. Favorite scene from Incredibles 2 is the train chase. Easily. Hands down. Bar none. Lanzing's Zootopia 2. Yes. I don't really have any expectations going into it, but I plan on going to see it. I have my tickets. I'm going to see it with my family on Thanksgiving, and then we'll have our big Thanksgiving dinner afterwards. We got our tickets booked and everything. Well, math is math. That's the best joke in the film, because that line will never age. For every generation of kids, as it's like I think everyone has had that conversation either with their parents or with their children, or perhaps both. In that, even though it's the same math, it's the same concepts, they just reinvented how they actually teach those concepts to better suit the next generation, I guess. And yeah, it has caused so many headaches as, like, it's not like they can't even teach it to you the way they learned it, because this happened with me. This happened to me. My dad would say, the way they taught it to you is stupid. I'm gonna teach it to you my way. So he taught it his way. And then I got yelled at by the teacher and by my classmates for having done it that way, because that's not the way you're supposed to do it. I'd love to have a sit down with, because the teachers aren't the ones doing this, right? Like, they have I mean, everyone has their own way of going about things, obviously. But, like, the ways in which you teach some of this stuff, I feel like has to be mandated to some degree. Like, I want to know who and the higher-ups of the American education system is dictating how exactly all this stuff needs to be communicated to kids, and why. Doesn't Conan O'Brien? I don't have any feelings on him whatsoever. I think he was a much... Granted, what I'm about to say is another instance of the bar is in hell. But he is a much, much, much better host of the Oscars than fucking Jimmy Kimmel, who I hate with a passion. Like, Conan O'Brien was actually a good host. It seems like he cares somewhat. Jimmy Kimmel just is... I just can't stand him. I really can't. I haven't liked him since I was in middle school, and my hatred for him has only grown with each passing year and month and week and day. That's the first movie I ever watched. I really don't know what the answer to that is. I assume it was probably... It might have been Toy Story, honestly. Because, like, I can't say for sure what the first movie I ever saw was, but logically speaking, it makes sense that it would be Toy Story. But I can't verify that because I don't remember when I was a baby. And my parents almost certainly weren't keeping track of that information. Baby Einstein? Oh, yeah, I watched Baby Einstein. I watched Baby Einstein, I watched Little Einstein. Don't know what my favorite of the Baby Einsteins, because I had a lot of favorites. Like, I would go back to Baby Wordsworth a lot. I would go back to Baby Noah a lot. I think I have a case of all the Baby Einstein DVDs lying around here somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but it's somewhere. I could... Those are some of my favorites, though. Trying to think of other ones, because I know there's so many more that I'm leaving out. Someone, you know what, if someone remind me at the end of the stream to look up a list of all the Baby Einstein movies. Off the top of my head, Baby Wordsworth, Baby Noah were ones that I would rewatch a lot. I think the Numbers one, with, like, the tiger as the host, I liked. And I just have very warm and fuzzy memories of watching Baby Einstein as a kid. Why do I hate Jimmy Kimmel? His version of humor is just shitting on people. Like, that joke he made about VFX artists during whatever Oscars, all his Oscars performances just blend together. That one really, really pissed me off. But the thing that first made me hate him was when it was in middle school, when he had, like, he pissed people off with his comments belittling video games and the people who play them, which people got so angry at him for that he had to make, he had to go on stage and apologize for it. And then he brought in Markiplier to essentially school him on how wrong he was about, like, why people... I think it was specifically, like, why people watch YouTubers play video games. Like, why anyone would be such a loser as to do that. And that's why Markiplier got on the show. But it was very apparent. Like, I was excited for that. It's like, holy shit, is he actually going to listen to people and is he going to change his mind on something? The answer was no. It was very apparent that he was not at all interested in what Markiplier had to say in any way. He just brought him on as a publicity thing, I guess. And, yeah, and it's not even... I also discovered that this is just a thing that he's always believed, because during the Halo 2 launch, he made a thing about how a bunch of men crawled out of their parents' basements, and then I think maybe 3 women were there as well to go buy Halo 2. And I'm like, can you just shut the fuck up? I hate him so much. Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon? I do not have any level of contempt for Jimmy Fallon. He seems... I mean, I think a lot of people don't like that they say he doesn't feel genuine in his interviews, which I don't know, maybe. I don't know for sure. He doesn't feel like he's faking it to me. He might be. But even if he is, he's still a much more pleasant person to listen to than Jimmy Kimmel is. Favorite Rugrats character? Probably Tommy. I think he was always the one I liked the most as a kid. I haven't watched that show in a very, very long time. Although I did watch the movie, not the movie in full, but I was rewatching pieces of the original Rugrats movie because I needed to get clips of it for my Toy Story 3 series. And I gotta be honest, I was kind of like, man, this is really good. This is like genuinely kind of great. I forgot how solid the Rugrats stuff is. It was not only really funny, but also just really had a really solid emotional core. It kind of makes me want to revisit some of the older Rugrats episodes and see if they hold up as well as the movie did. Like, I know it's meant for a much younger demographic, but I don't know. I feel like I have grounds to do that when I grew up watching it. I know my parents hated the Rugrats. They never wanted me to watch Rugrats. Like, if I ever catch you watching Rugrats again, you'll be grounded for the rest of your life. They fucking hated that show so much. But I always really liked it. When I talk about modern Rugrats, oh yeah, and I do not know anything about. I mean, I know the reboot exists. I just don't know. I deliberately never watched it because I just like why watch something that I care about get potential. I can't see any good coming from rebooting the Rugrats. So I think the green star is right here. Yeah. Ever watch shows in the Who? I don't recognize that. I don't recognize that channel, so I guess the answer is no. What do I think Bo Peep's role will be in Toy Story 5? Well, Annie Potts said that she's barely in it. She said she has a very small role this time around, which my feelings on that are, we call that revenge for Toy Story 4 when your screen presence completely screwed over every other major Toy Story character and gave them all incredibly small roles. So, but as far as what she's gonna, I feel like she's probably only gonna be there at the beginning and the very end, if I were to guess. I really don't, she probably is not going to be. I mean, well, no, we know she's not going to be in much of it, but like, she's probably going to be in it even less than you think. Do I know if DreamWorks and Universal's uptight with copyright? Well, I know Avert had some problems with using Oppenheimer footage in his Oscars 2023 video. And I know other people have had really bad problems with Universal in the past. I've never run into any issues with them myself, but that could just be me getting incredibly lucky. So, I think they have been bad. No one's as bad as Warner Brothers. But I have heard some horror stories with Universal. Oh, well, I guess we'll try to go for the second one now. Or I'll just drown. Do our parents have a thing against Rugrats or something? Well, clearly, because I mean, yes, you don't say that kind of stuff to your kid unless you really fucking hate them. I think they thought it was a bad influence. Like they thought that the way they didn't like me watching the Backyardigans either because there was an episode. Remember the Secret Spy episode? I love that episode. I loved the Spy episode so much. But there was a song where Pablo's like, "It's gooder to be good," and they didn't like that because it was a bad influence because it teaches you bad grammar. Even though it's like, I know what, I'm not gonna be, my mind isn't gonna be warped by watching I know how to say words. But yeah, they were very skeptical of anything in that realm. And obviously the Rugrats, because they're, you know, babies, they didn't always speak with the best language. They didn't say things, they didn't articulate themselves properly because they're babies. So I think it was kind of a similar thing there as for why they didn't like me watching it, or even just kind of like the stupid things they would do around the house. They're like, oh, I don't want him imitating this. And yet mysteriously had no problem with me watching Phineas and Ferb and while they're building roller coasters and crazy dangerous things in their backyard. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand that kind of stuff. I don't like Warner Brothers. Dude, Warner Brothers is a bitch with copyright. They are the worst company when it comes to Warner Brothers. What they'll do, that's why I made a rule when it comes to doing audio commentaries. I've drawn a really hard line in the sand with the others. Like, we will never, we were never doing another Warner Brothers movie ever again. Because what they'll do is they'll trap you in copyright hell for a week, and then eventually they'll say, okay, we'll let people watch your video, but we get to keep all the money from it. And at that point, you're so worn down from having to fight copyright consistently that you're just like, fucking fine, whatever. Like, as long as people can watch the video, that's all I care about. They're really scummy with it. And then I found out this morning, someone posted a clip of, they posted a link to our Lego Movie double feature in the server. And I clicked on it out of curiosity to see what timestamp they were drawing to. And when I did, I saw that there were like 1 billion yellow dots on the timeline, and what that means is that there's a bunch of ad breaks. But I don't put 1 billion ad breaks. In fact, I specifically only do, like, if it's sometimes I'll do 1 per hour, or depending on the length of the video, I might do 1 per half hour. But I am very, very careful about when I put ad breaks, because I know what it's like to watch a video that just has an ad break every 2 minutes, and like that makes me want to stop watching. Like, if I watch a half hour of a video or an hour and then I get an ad break, it's like, okay, well, I got a good chunk of content. I'll sit through the ad, or I'll skip through it. But I'm not actively annoyed. But I have watched really short, like 10-minute videos that have an ad after 2 minutes, and then after like 7 minutes, and at that point it's just like, how about fuck you? Speaking of fuck you, I think yeah. It just makes me want to stop watching your video if you do that. So I don't do that. And I really hate that because Warner Brothers prevented us from monetizing the Lego Movie double feature, they have control over when ads play, and I hate that is an experience someone could be having with something that's on my channel. That fucking sucks. And the Lego Movie one was especially bad, because for the Lego Movie, it seemed like it was clear. It stayed up for like a day or two, and then randomly Warner Brothers pulled it. They're like, no, that's not allowed. And then they sent me through the copyright hell, and then eventually it got knocked down to, you can watch it, but you can't make money from it, which is, the same thing happened with, the Polar Express was the last straw when this happened last year. That was like, alright, we're never doing this again. We are never, ever doing this again. They are the worst company when it comes. They were especially bad when the Flash and oh god damn it, and other movies, like the year when they had like what, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and the Flash, and what was the other one, Black Adam. Like, I remember YouTubers getting their critical videos, which were entirely fair use, manually struck down for no reason other than, well, it's like, oh, you use footage of our movie. Yeah, that's because it's called fair use, you idiots. But of course it's critical, and you don't want critical stuff on YouTube, and it's just bullshit. It's plain and simple, it's just bullshit. Warner Brothers are especially bad about that. That's why I just don't want to deal with them in the realm of copyright. Like, Disney may be shit, but you know what? Every time they claim my video and then I say, this is bullshit, please can a human being please review this and confirm it is in fact horseshit? Every time they do that, at least in my experience, either no one checks it and it expires automatically and I get my video back, or a human being does check it and they say, okay, yeah, you're right, this is kind of horseshit. We're sorry for the trouble, here's your video back. And that's what happens. But that's not something that I would trust Warner Brothers to do. Do I ever think I would do a sponsor my videos? I've had a lot of, especially recently, I've had a lot of offers for sponsorships. But I just, like, technically the smart thing to do would be to take sponsorships so I can earn more money from doing something I love. But it's just, I don't know, it just always comes off as really inauthentic to me. Because you know that the vast majority of the time people take sponsorships, it's not because they genuinely use the product. Of course, some people do. Some people will only take sponsorships for products that they, like, genuinely endorse. But then you have people that take, like, Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships, and it's just, you know they don't mean that. You know they aren't genuinely hyping up whatever they're promoting. It's just they're doing it for the money. And it just, like, whether you like it, whether you like my videos or not, the one thing you can't say is that I'm not extremely, I wear my heart on the sleeve constantly. I am nothing but vulnerable and authentic, arguably too much in some instances, with the videos that I make. And I feel like if I ever took sponsorships, it would really derail that authenticity, and it would just come off, like, I never want to sound like I'm just regurgitating some corporate nonsense or not. I never want to sound like I'm giving you anything other than my honest thoughts on anything at any given time. And, like, I don't think I could maintain that principle if I ever took sponsorships. You don't think Warner Brothers is bad? Oh yeah? Should we talk about how they've been pulling a bunch of stuff off their streaming service for no reason other than tax write-offs? Because we can talk about that if you want. Now, that's not just them, but that is also them, and that's one of many reasons why Warner Brothers also sucks. How often do I wrestle with copyright? Almost every big video. I did not wrestle with copyright on the D23 video. I think because it was only an hour, and because I used a lot of different clips. And, like, well, I can't say that, because I use a lot of different clips in my Toy Story 3 series. But because I talked about a lot of different topics, it was constantly, there were extended chunks of a lot of different movies, and it wasn't just Toy Story 3 for extended periods of time. I think that and then it being shorter helped it fly under the radar. But the Toy Story 3 series was the worst I've ever had to do. I mean, you'd think it'd be the Owl House, right? You'd think the Owl House video would be the worst because it spent like half a year in copyright limbo. But that's only because I was too much of a coward to actually file an appeal, because my understanding of the YouTube copyright appeal process was don't ever do it, because for those who don't know, when you file a copyright appeal for a claim or for a claim that's been made against a video you made, it opens you up to a strike, because if the company reviews it and determines that they were correct to claim you the first time, then they will strike your channel, and that's one strike, and you can only get 3 copyright strikes before your channel gets deleted. So it's a big risk. So it was always something I was like, I'm never going to do this, because it's just, it opens me up to too much risk. But what I realized is, for the most part, they're pretty, I mean, I would never test this with Warner Brothers, obviously. But for the most part, they're pretty fair about it. So, like, as long as you, like, if you're genuinely using footage in good faith and you're operating under fair use, and you're not just trying to steal the content, you're not just trying to, you know, repurpose it for your own means and act as a substitute for the original viewing experience. And also, the other key thing is that, like, you have to make your argument. You don't just click appeal and then you're done. You have to fill out a full, extensive form for arguing exactly why your video falls under fair use and what percentage of your footage is used compared to the full duration of the movie or show in question. And I have all those receipts. I have all those references not jotted down, ready to go to defend my videos. And if you are extensive with that, and then if you are, like, if you build a solid case for yourself and you aren't dealing with Warner Brothers, they will let it go. And, like, that's, but I didn't know that. I didn't know what it meant to appeal a copyright claim at the time. So I never took the plunge for the Owl House video, and that's the only reason why it took as long as it did. Now, I'm glad it took as long as it did, because if it released in its original form, it wouldn't have been nearly as extensive as it was. Like, it would have, I added so much to that video while I was waiting for it to get through copyright. Just through, you know... Oh, shit. Hi there. Did not mean to turn that on. Because I just completely lost my train of thought. Because I had so much extra time, I was like, alright, let me watch some other videos, and then I watched, for instance, that one terrible Hunter video that, by itself, added at least an hour to the video, because of how awful it was. So I added a bunch of other, I also jotted down some other stuff that I thought would be good to add, just on my own terms, independent of any video I watched, and the video would not have been anywhere near as good as, well, I hesitate to say anything I've made is good. It would not have been as... I don't think you would have liked it as much if it released in its original form. So it did ultimately end up being for the better that it got delayed because of copyright. But yeah, that's why, it was because of that. But so the Toy Story 3 series was still worse because I got claimed for like 14 different movies all at once, and I had to file individual forms appealing each individual movie, which takes a long ass... It's cumbersome enough doing one form. Doing it for 14 movies, that's a lot. And I did it because I refused... Like, there's no way to win. There was literally... It's not even a thing... What I would used to do is they would claim one 5-second clip at a time. You'd take that down. Like, you'd re-edit it, remove the 5-second clip, or re-edit it. And then they would tell you another 5-second clip. And I said forever that the way to fix this is to just tell me everything. I don't care how many clips there are. Just tell me all of them. I'll fix them. I am willing to engage in as much monotony as is required to get it through your stupid system if you just tell me everything all at once. The problem is it's a monkey's paw situation because they did that. They changed the system so that to where now they do tell you every single timestamp all at once. But that's not a good thing, because their definition of every timestamp, it's not, okay, there's this 5-second clip, and this 5-second clip, and that 5-second clip. It's 30 minutes until the end of the video. This entire section of the video is against copyright law. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. It clearly isn't. You cannot claim that for an hour and a half, I'm doing nothing but showing Toy Story 3 footage when I'm clearly cutting to other media and other movies and other shows. You're just... you don't even... Which, on the one hand, makes it easier for me to appeal, because like I can be like, in nicer words than this, you're insane if you think I'm using Toy Story 3 footage improperly for this much time, when if you just look at it, you can see I'm cutting to a bunch of other different movies. Like, come on, man. Cut me some slack here. So, yeah, Toy Story 3 was a nightmare. I have to... For any... I don't know what the threshold is the thing. I don't know because, like, people tell me, people have asked me on the server a lot, like, what advice do you have for getting through copyright? Am I allowed to use, like, how, I think a lot of people think it's just, like, impossible, or seemingly impossible to use movie footage in your reviews because of how many horror stories they've heard of copyright on YouTube. Because they ask me, like, how do you do it? How can you get away with using footage in your reviews? And I'm like, well, as long as you don't use like full scenes and you cut it up and you make sure you're always cutting between different clips to match what you're saying, and you just don't have any clip run on for too long, you should be fine. But also, as long as you aren't making 8-hour-long videos, you're probably even more fine, because the algorithm really only cares about the long video, or the algorithm. YouTube's copyright system only really cares about the super long videos. The short stuff, and even the semi-short stuff, like my G23 video, which is an hour, they don't really care about those either. It's really just the long stuff. And the thing is, I don't know what the threshold is for when YouTube's system considers it too long to get away with copyright stuff. Because this happened with the Toy Story 4 series. When I made all the Toy Story 4 parts individually, it was totally fine. I had no copyright issues whatsoever. But the second I tried to stitch them all together for the supercut, I got hit with a billion claims all at the same time. And I had to spend a week ironing all that stuff out before it was finally cleared to release. So, I don't understand. I don't know what the threshold is as far as how long it has to be to piss off YouTube. I don't get it. But, whatever. Do I think it would be a good idea where if I made a video... Oh, okay. Let me not be in the water while I'm reading. Do I think it would be a good idea if I made a video where it's just me wearing a mask and talking about stuff in front of a camera like a vlog? Well, see, this kind of goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. While it would be easier for me to make that kind of video, I really think that a lot of the personality that comes from my videos comes through in the form of the editing. And, like, I still, ever since I stopped spamming the same reaction clips ad nauseum and started being a lot more careful with when exactly I play certain clips and having a lot more visual variety, I started getting a lot more comments from people praising the meticulous frame-by-frame editing that I do. And I really think that's a huge part of why people like watching my videos, is because of that. And if I were to make a video where it's primarily gameplay footage or primarily me sitting in front of a camera talking, it's just, I think a lot of the appeal would be lost. Like, even though the writing would still be the same, and I do, like, one of the skills that I pride myself on is my ability to write things. It's much like a movie. You don't want to only read a script when you're watching a movie. You want to experience the movie. You want to experience the story that's on the script in a visual medium. And in the same way that you don't just want to read my script, you want to hear the way I deliver it in the over-exaggerated way that I often do. You want to see it, you want to hear it in conjunction with, because a lot of the things people like about my videos are only as effective as they are because they are in sync with the visual aspect of them. And I don't think they'd work nearly as well if it was just the audio. Shouldn't this channel... Yeah, so, you're right. If I swapped the channel names around, it would make more sense. The problem is branding. Like, everyone knows me as the critical analytic reviewer person is known as Gaming Magic 13. And if I were to flip the channel names around, it would just be a headache because people would be searching. They'd be searching for that channel and they wouldn't get it. They'd get this instead, which is not what they're looking for. So, but yes, like, if I had the foresight when I first made my channel that 7 years or 8 years later, it would eventually, my one video would really hit the algorithm and I would have a much bigger fandom that can actually, a much bigger audience to the point where I can actually make consistent money from the videos that I create, then I would not have called this channel what I did. I would have called it something different. But it's just like, I think it's too intrinsically linked to me, and people just know me for this name, that I think it would be more trouble than it's worth to try to make that switch. Is it 1, 3, or 13? It's 13. And the reason why is because, I'll tell you the thought process behind why I named it that. It's really stupid and really simple. It's literally just, hey, I like video games, and I like doing magic tricks. And, you know, PG-13 is kind of the demographic I'm aiming for with my videos. So let's just combine all those three things together, and voila, we have the name. It really wasn't that deep. But, you know, it's, there's a lot of things I would have restructured if I had known from the beginning that this would be where I was 8. Well, actually, not even. I've been doing YouTube for almost 12 years at this point. And I've been doing it with a full-size audience. Well, I've been doing it with an audience for about 5 years, because the first thing that really took off... I mean, my LEGO walkthroughs were always did pretty well. But it always felt like I'm coming to you because I need help with this thing, and not like a dedicated audience of people that is looking forward to my next upload. That didn't really start until Ace Attorney took off in late 2019, and really it really wasn't even until early 2020 that things really started to hit I think the Apollo Justice Let's Play was really what hit the gas on that. So I've been doing that for about almost 6 years, and then doing it with a full-size audience that can financially justify a continued committal to it for about 3.5, almost 4 years. So, yeah, this channel has existed far longer than you've probably been around for it. In fact, I'm almost positive there's not a single person in chat right now that's been here since 2014. I don't believe, the type of stuff I was making back then is nowhere near synonymous with what I'm doing now. Do I have any lost media videos? I guess it depends on what you mean. Like, there's videos of mine that I made that are technically lost media because I deleted them in a blind panic when Kappa was the thing. Remember when Kappa was threatening to, like, destroy YouTube and nothing came of it? Yeah, well, there was a lot of Minecraft videos that I took down because I was so afraid that Kappa was gonna, like, destroy me and, like, financially bankrupt my family because, like, oh, you made videos about the kitty game, but you did not say it was for the little kitty babies. Give me $1 billion. Because that was the threat, was like, you're gonna be financially held accountable for if you lie about your target demographic. Even if you aren't lying, we can decide that you are lying. So there's that kind of stuff. But I also have unfinished, not even that, I have finished videos that I never released. So I guess technically yes. Did I not see the first two Night at the Museum movies before hearing the existence of the third one? No, my first exposure to the Night at the Museum series was actually the second one. It was after standardized testing. Y'all remember standardized testing? Actually, maybe some of you are still have to deal with standardized testing if you're still in school. But after standardized testing in 6th grade, or just after any standardized test, but this specific instance happened in 6th grade. After our standardized testing, what our teachers would do is they would really not do anything substantive for the rest of the day. They would just show us a movie or something like that. Something fun. And so on that particular day, the movie in question was Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian. And, you know, it looked fun, so I wanted to check out the full movie in the first one. And then, of course, the third movie was coming out not too long after that. So I guess the timing worked out pretty nicely. Uh-oh. Did not mean to do a bunk. Give me star. Net neutrality was repeal and Kappa were both really bad, but nowhere near as horrific as we thought they'd be. Yeah, those were both, like, apocalyptic end-of-the-world type things that we just... not much ended up coming of, honestly. And I remember both of those, like, I remember vividly living through both of those, and we all thought the whole of the internet was gonna come crashing down. But thankfully, they seem to be a lot less aggressive about the Kappa thing than they seemed to imply they were, because it was a huge deal. Like, maybe they backed down from it because of how bad the backlash was, because it was, like, everyone was talking about it. It wasn't just a fringe minority of people who didn't like a change. It was everyone who did any kind of news content or did any kind of YouTube content to any serious or even semi-serious degree was constantly, because of course they were, because it was going to be like, it was going to have major ramifications on a major financial revenue stream for them, which, yeah, if your livelihood is in jeopardy, then of course you're going to make a huge deal about it. So maybe they did hear and they just toned it down, or maybe whoever was in charge of describing the future to people just did a shit job and overblew how bad it was going to be. I don't know, but all I know is that I have not thought about Kappa, because I just automatically checked that no, it's not made for kids box. I feel like the amount of swearing that is in my videos is enough to turn people away from that. Although I will say it's I do try to be deliberate with one, because I feel like if you're just swearing for no reason, then it kind of loses its... This is one of the things I don't like about my Danganronpa 3 series, is that it feels like my swearing is excessive, and it just... If you do it too much, it kind of loses its impact, because it doesn't You use the words to emphasize an emotion you're having, and if it's every single thing you say, then it doesn't really hit the same. It's one of the problems I have with Hell of a Boss, and why I don't really like it compared to Hazbin Hotel, is because it just, like, the whole if Vivzy Pop wrote this joke, I don't think that applies to Hazbin Hotel really at all. But Hell of a Boss, yeah, it's excessive in Hell of a Boss. But yeah, I think the amount of swearing is enough to turn people away from considering my videos as being made for kids. I mean, I'm aware that there's, like, teenagers and younger people who watch my videos, but that's not the same thing as something being made. Like, kids watch Hazbin Hotel. They shouldn't be watching Hazbin Hotel. Good God, they should not be watching Hazbin Hotel. But they do. Like, when I went to the Hazbin sing-along earlier last month at this point, it's been almost exactly a month since that happened. There were a lot of people there that were way too young to be watching that show. But that doesn't mean that Hazbin Hotel is made for kids. Even though some people think it's animated, therefore it has to be made for kids, which is some of the dumbest bullshit logic I've ever heard in my life. But that is the way some people look at the world, unfortunately. I don't love this image because it's terrible, but it's kind of funny to think about, like, hey kids, what do you want to watch tonight? Well, let's look at the animated section on Amazon Prime. Oh, Hazbin Hotel? Oh, the characters look kind of cute. They look kind of friendly. Let's watch Hazbin Hotel. What a great family wholesome bonding experience this will be. Meanwhile, the first song is Happy Day in Hell, and when Charlie leaves the hotel, she's like, hi, mister, and some guy, she's like, go fuck yourself! Another shitty day in hell. Do I like Hopper in Stranger Things 4? Yes, I like Hopper a lot in Stranger Things 4. He has one of my favorite scenes in season 4 comes from Hopper when he shares a really personal heart-to-heart moment that retroactively strengthens the final scene of Stranger Things season 1 even more. It was already really strong, but this just made it even stronger. And yeah, I really like what they do with Hopper in season 4. Which is good. They needed to salvage him after what they did in season 3, which is piss all over him, and then shit on him, and then bury him, and then dig him up, and then saw his corpse in half, and then burn him alive. And then feed the remains to fucking vultures. Have I mentioned that I hate Stranger Things season 3? And specifically, one of the, like, I think truly the worst thing they do in that season is how they handle Hopper. Like, they do a lot of bad, but that's one of the worst things that they do. Nailed it. Thoughts on the Aristocrats? Or, sorry, Aristocats. I have not seen it. Remember they said some shit like vibrant, bright colors are for kids? Yeah, I feel like I do remember, like, there was a reason why. I wouldn't have just blindly deleted a bunch of Minecraft videos if I didn't believe there was a genuine possibility of my family being in big, because this is when I was in high school, so I wasn't financially responsible for myself yet, which meant that it would have really screwed my, because like it didn't cost my family anything for me to make YouTube videos, but if suddenly YouTube started clamping down on those policies, then all of it, and they were really truthful about it costing money, like there being fines and fees for all this stuff, then it could have bankrupted my family, and I was not about to risk that over my silly Minecraft Let's Play videos. So, yeah, I would not have, if I didn't believe there was a genuine possibility of them doing that, then I wouldn't have taken such drastic actions. Of course, hindsight 2020, I wish I didn't, but it wasn't exactly an unwarranted concern for me to have. And of course, YouTube's still doing stupid shit. Now the big thing that I hate YouTube for doing is forcing AI shit on people's videos without their consent. Like, people like, oh, don't you want them to make your videos better if they're in lower... No, fuck you. I made that video the way I wanted it to... If I wanted it to look a different way, I would have made it look that way. Don't fuck with my video without my consent. It's mine. I made it, not you. Fuck off. Nowadays, Kappa is just a fucking pest that ruined the enjoyment of watching children content on YouTube. Yeah, that is actually the greatest consequence of Kappa. Is like they used to be on videos. Like a lot of times, people would go to videos on like I don't know Sesame Street or Blue's Clues or Bear in the Big Blue, just a bunch of children's shows. And there, if you go down in the comments, you'd read just a bunch of wholesome stories about what these shows meant to people over the years and why they love them so much. And you can't read those anymore because like videos made for kids disable all comments by default, which is really lame. Also, I'm very hesitant about, because of the whole age verification shit, which, you know, a lot of people were asking me, oh my god, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna leave YouTube? What if you have to give your ID? And I'm like, calm down. We've lived through this song and dance once before with Kappa. It's going to be bad, yes, but I don't think it's going to be the platform ruining thing that you are expecting. Like I don't think everyone's going to be forced to hand over their ID to prove they're not a 4-year-old. But it is still a thing, which is why I'm very cautious about like, what if I want to look up a Sesame Street video for some cute, wholesome nostalgia? I don't do that anymore, because if you watch like, maybe if you do it every once in a while, it's not that big of a deal, but if you do too many of those videos that are marked as made for kids, suddenly YouTube might think, oh, you're watching a lot of stuff made for kids? Are you a 4-year-old? There, have a nice nappy, here's your bottle. Or, you could give me your credit card information and your government-issued photo ID to prove that you're not a baby. You could do that. Or, I could just stab myself with knives. Anyway. Yeah, that's the deal with Kappa right now. And it's annoying and it sucks. You remember Hopper being pretty harsh to many people in Season 3? Yeah, so not only was he harsh to people, he was violent to people, which he shouldn't be. Like, he was never like, if he ever had to punch someone, he did it out of necessity, and he didn't do it excessively or gratuitously. But in Season 3, he revels in causing harm to people, which is not something that character would ever do. Especially because he's a Vietnam War veteran, so you'd think he, of all people, would be actively disincentivized from trying to engage in violent acts with people, but that's just not who he is in Season 3, and it's really fucking annoying. You got a friend in me, Toy Story 2 got claimed for kids? Yeah, I'm sure that probably happened for all the Toy Story stuff. Fortunately, I say a bunch of fucks in my Toy Story videos, so you can't... Well, I guess I don't say it in the original Toy Story 4 series. That's because I was, like, specifically... Because that was, again, before I really had an audience. I had a small audience, but not a big audience. So... I made that series not really expecting anyone to watch it. And for the first, like, half a year that the series was out, no one really did. Like, a small core fan base of a couple hundred people, or maybe 1,000 people watched it, but it wasn't enough to, like, consider it a proper audience. And so because of that, like, my main thing was making it for because I knew my cousins really didn't understand why I hated Toy Story 4 so much, and I knew my parents didn't really get it either. So knowing they would, because at this point, this is also a point where they also would sometimes watch the stuff I make, and knowing that I did try to, I made a deliberate effort to not use any swear words in that because I knew who might be watching it. Now, of course, I don't really care, because they're not the primary people who are... I don't even know if they do watch... Well, I know they do sometimes, because my dad texted me after the Toy Story 3 series came out, and he was like, so I was with you until the part where you said Toy Story 2 was... Or until the part where you said you liked Toy Story 2. Then I stopped watching. So, I know they do watch them sometimes, but... they're not my primary audience, and I don't need to cater to them anymore. Was Season 3 the one where he smokes near the kids? Oh, well, I mean, so... I actually don't know. I did recently, because I'm in the middle of rewatching Season 3, because pain and suffering. And in Episode 2, he's at a restaurant... and he's smoking in the restaurant, which is horrible. but also it's kind of like I don't really hold that against him because it's sort of one of those things where it's like, well, it was the 80s and no one had any reservations about smoking in the 80s. Everyone just did whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted. I don't know if Season 3 is especially egregious in that regard, but yeah, I don't know if I'd hold that. There's enough wrong with Hopper in Season 3 to where I don't really need to focus on that aspect of his character. You're gonna hate Season 3 when you rewatch it. Yeah, you know what? My advice is to just be better than me and don't be like, hey, maybe I was too hard on it. Maybe it'll be better. Do not give in to temptation. It won't. It doesn't get better. It only gets worse. Because you don't really need... If you want to watch something, watch the final episode. That's really all you need in order to understand the stakes of Season 4. You only need to watch, like, the final episode. That's really it. And even that could just be summarized to you, but the final episode does have a lot of good stuff in it, so it's... I can't disincentivize... I would not, like... I don't feel morally obligated to try to stop people from watching the finale. I understand why one might want to go back to the finale. It's just the rest of it is so god-awful that it's not worth the journey it takes to get there. Uh-oh. Do I find it better to rewatch Stranger Things 1 to 4 to prepare for Season 5, or to just watch a shorter recap video? I mean, I would always advocate for just rewatching the things in question, but I also understand that people don't always have a lot of time in their schedules. You know, people are pretty busy. So, if you don't have time, then yeah, you can probably get away with watching a recap. But if you do have time to spare, I would always advocate for rewatching the seasons, asterisk, skip Season 2, Episode 7, and skip Season 3. Because you don't need to watch either of those to understand anything. In fact, your experiences, Season 2 especially, gets a lot better if you skip Episode 7. And then Season 3 is just horrible from almost start to finish. It's animated shows like that in The Simpsons, Futurama, King of the Hill that proves not all animated shows are for kids. Yeah, it's why it really pissed me off at the Oscars in, I think, 2022, when Naomi Scott was up on stage, and she and two other people who played Disney princesses, or were going to play Disney princesses in a live-action remake, were like, animated movies are fond memories for kids that they like to watch over and over and over again, and oh boy, I know those parents know exactly what we're talking about. Because animation is only for kids. No adults enjoy it. No animation is made specifically for adults. That's just not a thing. And I hate that they had the balls to say that while they were in, like, because you know that I'm sure they think that the live action versions are for adults. The live action versions of the stories that they were in, those are the real mature movies for the big boy grown-ups. Not the cartoons. Those are for the little kids that parents just have to tolerate while their kids watch them. I hate that shit. I was so annoyed when I heard them say that. Don't you need Season 3 to understand Billy's death, Max's sadness, Hopper being in Russia prison, and Eleven losing her powers? You may remember a little while ago when I said you can just watch the finale, because everything you just said happens in the finale, and you don't need anything else that happens before that to understand all that. If you just watch the final episode, you're all set. That's all you need. Nothing else of substance happens before that point in Season 3 to justify you sitting through all of the bullshit. Any changes, like any arcs the characters go on, are just getting them back to where they were at the end of Season 2 because Season 3 just fucked them all over. Lion King, the literal shit was more mature. Hey, I mean, it looked more real. They got real lions. Can you believe it? They got real lions to act in the movie that talked and everything. It's not animation. It's live action. Even though it's entirely computer generated. It's not animation. You know, that's the other thing that really annoys me, is that the people who say animation is only used in kids media, they just have no respect for or understanding of visual effects as an art form. Like, all the movies that they probably think are for adults, they have visual effects. Like, I'm sure people think Top Gun Maverick is for adults. Which, I mean, I just say it's a movie for general audiences, which, I mean, obviously it's, maybe kids wouldn't fully appreciate it, and obviously it has the one F-bomb that gets dropped, but it's not like, I'm sure the people who think animation is for kids would say that Top Gun Maverick is an adult movie, but that movie has a lot of visual effects, and what that means is computer-generated jets, computer-generated airplanes flying around. Yes, they sent the actors up in real planes to film. They did that, and it looks fantastic. But there is also visual effects and CGI. And what like, the CGI used in a movie like Top Gun Maverick, or any other movie like that, any major big blockbuster with action sequences, is no different than the CGI used to make Pixar movies. It's no different. But for some reason, people just don't register that kind of animation is animation. It just doesn't register in their brains for some reason. Like I was when I saw the monkey, my dad was talking to me. You know, like he said, I saw a bunch of visual effects, or like I saw a bunch of animators listening to the credits, but what do you need to animate? It's a live action movie. And I was like, oh well, I mean that would be the visual effects for like for instance the bees that get launched out at the guy that he swallows and then dies. It's a weird movie. Those would be what the visual effects artists do. And he was like, that's animation? Like, yes, Dad. That's animation. People animated those things. They didn't just move on their own. It's just people they just don't get it. They just don't get it. Do I like Hopper's death scene in Letter in Season 3? Yes, that's one of very few things. Like there's 3 things in Season 3 that are the silver linings. There is the Castle Byers scene, and by extension the scene in the rain with Mike and Will. That's really, really great. There's the scene in the bathroom with Steve and Robin, and then there's the final like 30 minutes-ish of the final episode. Those are the only saving graces of Season 3. Have I seen Corridor Crew? No. When it comes to things like the Owl House, Adventure Time, SpongeBob, Pixar movies, DreamWorks, I'd say these things are just for kids. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Alright, I think this next one is a giant pain in the ass. They do a VFX Artist Reacts. Oh, it's a YouTube channel? Oh, I thought it was like a show. Like, that sounds... Corridor Crew sounded to me like a sci-fi show. Like, this, the crew in the corridors of the spaceship. Okay, hold on. Corridor Crew. Let me look at this and see if I might... VFX Artist Reacts sounds more familiar. I might have seen some of their stuff. I'm not sure, though. Let me look at... After I melt the Bowser statue. Alright, hold on. VFX React. Okay, I think I have seen at least one of their videos. I don't remember which one. But I'm pretty sure I saw at least one of these at some point. But not... obviously, it didn't stick in my memory enough to immediately remember the name, because I don't think I even recognized or consciously registered what the name of the channel was. I just... VFX Artist Reacts is what triggered the memory. Oh god, they have an episode on the Halo show. Oh no, god no. Oh no. Oh, okay, well, that's... I'll think about that later. They're all a giant pain in the ass? Oh no, come on. There's... The one I just got on the ceiling is perfectly manageable to get. It's just... The act of retracing your steps through the levels is annoying. But, like, that's the case for all of them. There's specific stars that where even if you didn't have to replay extensive portions of the level, it would still be annoying to have to do because of how, like, for instance, the one in Hytale Falls Galaxy where depth perception would be greatly appreciated, but it simply doesn't exist. This is the one I'm thinking of where you need, like, you can see it shining over there. You need to either snowball your way to it or bounce your way to it. And I've never been particularly adept at actually... Ow, 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 ow. Pulling this out, especially if I already waste one of my hit points on that. Come on. Get onto the snow. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Thoughts on Night Before Christmas? Nightmare Before Christmas is a really good movie. I liked it a bunch. It's not like one of my favorite things of all time, but I liked it a bunch, and I would recommend it to everyone. And I got to see it. My first time watching it was in theaters. They brought it back to theaters a little while ago, like last year. So I watched it in theaters, and it was. I'm glad that was my first time getting to watch it. If I acknowledge some of the mistakes in a movie, does it take enjoyment out of me while watching it? It can, depending on the context. There's some times where they'll be like, that's a clear mistake, or that doesn't work, but I don't care. And then there's some times where it's a mistake or something that doesn't work well that really, really frustrates the hell out of me. It's entirely contextual. So, I'd say that it can. It just depends on your personality, depends on who you are, depends on what you value when watching something. What do I think of Jonathan in All of Stranger Things? I think they don't know what to do with him. I think they haven't known what to do with him for a long time. He kind of just feels like he's become Nancy's boyfriend. And what made this clear as day to me was in Season 3, when there's a scene where they get into a huge argument because Nancy is chasing after a lead with the diseased rats because she's sick of being treated poorly by the one-dimensional Hawkins Post workers. So she's trying to make a name for herself and prove she's more than just a coffee girl, essentially. And this causes her to not really take Jonathan's feelings into consideration because, like, this job's really important to him. It allows him to bring in stable revenue for his family because he grew up poor and he doesn't have oodles and oodles of money. So but then Nancy defying orders and looking into things that she was told not to look into results in them getting fired. And Nancy and Jonathan get into a huge fight about it. And basically Nancy's problem is that she feels like she's being misogynistically treated by the people at the Hawkins Post, who view her as nothing but a servant, essentially. But Jonathan's problem is that she didn't take his feelings into consideration because his family grew up poor, whereas her family grew up super rich. So she doesn't know what it's like to have to scrounge together resources and not know if you're going to be able to afford rent next month. So that's why he was so concerned about getting fired. And that actually could be a really good scene and a really good opportunity for character growth and exploration. The problem is the show is 1000% on Nancy's side, and it doesn't care at all about Jonathan's concern. They basically just treat it like Jonathan was in the wrong the whole time, and she never has to apologize for him. She may apologize in Season 3. I actually don't remember. I'm rewatching it now, so we'll see if she does. But what I do know is that even if she does apologize, Jonathan responds by, no, I was wrong to treat you that way. You were right the whole time. And it's just like, oh my god. I just don't think they know what to do with him. He had a really clear purpose in Season 1, as did all the characters. In Season 2... Even in Season 2, he's mainly just the sidekick to Nancy, but at least he does have some good scenes with Will. And what if they lean into... This is kind of my problem, is that it's like his role is so tangential to other characters. He's either Will's brother or Nancy's boyfriend, and never really his own character. So I just don't think they know what to do with him, is my take on Jonathan in Stranger Things. to think of Will in all of Stranger Things. He's not really in season 1. He's not really a character. He's mainly just the catalyst. Like, he's the emotional hook of the plot, and they do a good job making you care about him enough to want to see him come home safely. But he's not really a fully fledged out character. Season 2 is his best season by far. Noah Schnapp's performance as Will in season 2 is phenomenal. Genuinely fucking phenomenal. And then in season 3, he gets almost nothing to do, except for that one really great scene I talked about earlier at Castle Byers. Oh, this fucking star. Nope. Okay. And then season 4, but apart from that, he has almost nothing to do. And then season 4, he once again has almost nothing to do. But again, just like in season 3, he has one really good scene in the penultimate episode when they're on the road trying to go get 11. But that's it. That's all and I guess he also has that one scene with Jonathan in the finale. But that's why I'm really excited that season 5 seems to be like it's going to be the Will season to like actually give him the development and the screen time that he really hasn't been getting. Because that's Stranger Things' biggest problem is there's just too many characters and they don't know what to do with most of them. That is the biggest problem with Stranger Things. It's just massive character bloat because we should have lost at least 3 characters by now, but they haven't because they're too chicken shit to kill any of them off. And it results in really clunky things like the ending of season 4, which, no spoilers if you haven't seen it, but if you have seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Am I on Stranger Things Season 3 rewatch? Yes. Yes, I am. Regrettably. I know I probably shouldn't be doing it, because I know I hate it, and that's probably not going to change. In fact, I've only grown to dislike the season more. But, you know, I wanted to give it another shot because Season 5 was coming out. I wanted to see maybe I'd like it more, but that has not happened. That has not happened. Yeah, my goal is to get through the whole Seasons 3 and 4 before Season 5 comes out on the 26th. If the Toy Story 5 trailer releases on the 30th anniversary, will the reaction be a video or a stream? If it releases on the 30th anniversary, I'm gonna be screaming into a pillow, because my plan is to release the Toy Story 1 love letter on the 30th anniversary, and if the Toy Story 5 trailer ends up conflicting with that, I'm going to be pissed. But, regardless of when it comes out, it will not be a stream, and here's why. Copyright with trailers can be annoying sometimes, like, you don't... It's not always guaranteed. Sometimes they can strike your stream if you watch trailers live during them. So, for the sake of the safety of my channel, while it would be fun to watch it live together, I would probably just... Unless it happens literally as I'm streaming on this channel, then... Oh, I forgot to... Oh, well. Well, I guess I'll go back to get that green star. Unless it literally comes out while I'm in the middle of a stream on this channel, then obviously maybe I would mute it and then I'd just tell everyone, like, watch it together, just in sync, so that it doesn't get claimed. But that's the reason why I would be apprehensive about doing it live on stream for copyright concerns. I'd feel more comfortable if I had a scripted video reaction, or not even if I just, like, recorded a live unscripted reaction and then edited it later, just so that I had full control over it from a copyright perspective, because that is the biggest concern with that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm really hoping that it doesn't end up coming out on the 30th anniversary, because that would be really annoying for a lot of reasons. But you know, it would make sense if they did it. Like, so the thing is, I'm hoping that, like, every time Disney, or every time Pixar has had more than one movie releasing in the same year, they would always stagger the releases by at least by a month. So like for instance, the Onward trailer came out in October of 2019, and then the Soul trailer came out in November of 2019. The Turning Red trailer came out in September of 2021, and then the Lightyear trailer came out in October of 2021. So like, and the reason why you do that is the same reason why I wouldn't release two major videos that weren't directly connected to each other within the same month. Because like obviously I released 2 parts of Toy Story 3 in July, but that's because it's literally part 2 and 3. But I wouldn't release 2 separate videos that close together of that size, because you want to let time for each video to breathe, so it doesn't feel like you're like overexposing yourself or like trying to shove too much content down people's oversaturation, I guess is the term. And that's why I assumed when they said that Hopper's trailer was coming out in November that we'd be safe for getting a Toy Story 5 trailer until December. But then there was that thing yesterday where people said, there was an account that said that the Toy Story 5 trailer is coming out this month, and I'm like, why? Like, why? Of course you break precedence at the worst possible time for me in my schedule. But also, it's kind of unsubstantiated, that leak. Like, it's not... I checked the Twitter account where that came from, and there's no source for it at all, so I'm not willing to believe it just at face value. I'm kind of... If it does come out this month, it would only make sense to come out on the 30th anniversary. It's the only reason I can see Pixar breaking their precedent of never releasing more than 1 trailer per month. It's the only reason I can see that happening. Thoughts on Bambi? I haven't seen it. I have no thoughts on Bambi. Okay, the third, it's over here, right? Yeah, it's right, okay. It's right above me. Thoughts on The Croods? Sorely underappreciated DreamWorks movie. I like The Croods a lot. It's my favorite crossover. The Jimmy Timmy Power Hour was pretty fun. I watched that as a kid. Am I planning on releasing a supercut of Toy Story 3 series next year? I would like to have it done by the end of the year. But, depending on what happens with the Sonic triple feature, kind of going back to what I was saying earlier about the whole don't oversaturate yourself and don't like release too much at once. Depending on when the triple feature ends up coming out, I don't want to release that too close, because my original goal was to have the Toy Story supercut done by the end of the year. But if the Sonic triple feature impedes upon that, then I'd have to rework my plans for that. But either by the end of this year or early next year, yes, I plan on releasing the Toy Story 3 supercut. Because this is kind of another thing that I want to poll my audience on at some point. Like whether people prefer getting more videos released, like a bunch, getting more shorter videos that take longer to fully release, or getting one super long video all at once. Because like I can see the argument being made both ways. If you get the whole video at once, then you can watch it at your own pace, and you don't have to wait for me to make more stuff. But if you get shorter videos at a more regular cadence, then it's kind of like a group communal experience of like everyone's watching. It's not as much of an ask for people to watch it in a timely manner, and so everyone's kind of on the same. Like I remember when Part 3 of Toy Story 3 was coming out, people were having like a live chat reaction. Like people were asking like, what timestamp are you on? I'm at this timestamp. How far are you into it? I just got to this part. And you kind of can't do that with an 8-hour video, because people don't have 8 hours in the day that are free to spare to dedicate to that kind of thing. But you can do that with shorter videos. So it's like and it also kind of gives people something to look forward to every week or every 2 weeks or whatever. As the videos are coming out. So I would be interested in hearing what people in the audience think. Like for when I eventually make my Rolf Breaks the Internet series or video or whatever, and it's too, and it crosses a certain threshold of length, I wonder if, like, would people prefer that I release all out in once as one massive 5 or 6 hour long video, however long it ends up being, or would people prefer if I released it in 3, like, 2-hour videos or something like that? You prefer the whole video at once but multiple parts makes more bank. Are you sure? Because I've made more money from the supercut of my Toy Story 4 series than I ever did from, like, the individual parts. Oh, so, and the other thing, from a creative perspective, the reason why I would prefer to do it all in one video is because people just don't know that more videos come out. Like, YouTube's pretty good at recommending you... If you watch a long video but you don't finish it, YouTube's pretty good at making sure that video stays in your recommended feed so that you don't forget to watch it into completion. But even with the Toy Story 3 series, where I have the new video, the next part linked in the description, in the end credits, and in the card, I still got comments, people saying like, man, when's part 2 gonna come out? When's part 3 gonna come out? I'm like, it's been out for a month. Guys, please. People just don't know. This happened with the original Toy Story 4 series as well, where people just legitimately didn't know that more parts had gotten made. And it's like, I can't, I'm giving you all I got, guys. I'm literally doing, there's nothing else I can do at this point, apart from coming to your house and knocking on your door and saying, the next part's out! There's nothing more I can do to tell you that more videos, that the next video is out. YouTube, I guess it just isn't recommending it to people. I guess sometimes if there's multiple parts, but if it's a single video, I really don't have to worry about that. I don't really have to worry about someone being like, when's the second half of this video coming out? Because it's already there. So that's from a creator perspective, that's one reason why I would prefer like one video. But it also depends, because like the Owl House video, I always intended as being one big video from the beginning, and I refused to budge on that whatsoever. But with Toy Story 3, because I was tackling the movie scene by scene, and by extension, kind of act by act, it made... I was more willing to cut that video up into 3 chunks, because I could be like... I could have a big climactic part for each act, because, like, you know, you have the big breakup scene. Okay, that bullet bill went all the way around the ship just to track me down. Oh my god, this again. Each act has a big climactic scene that you can, that acts as a sort of the finale to any of the given videos. So I was more willing to budge on that for the Toy Story 3 series. And by extension, I would not be willing to budge for the Toy Story 1 video, because the Toy Story 1 video was very much designed as one single experience. The Halo Infinite one is a bit trickier. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that one, because it could easily be broken up into multiple videos, because the way I'm gonna structure it is basically gameplay, world design, because obviously the open world is a big thing in Halo Infinite, and then after that, the third section will be, these are the things I don't like about the game, to make it so it's clear that I'm not just like mindlessly praising it, and then the fourth section is the story, but the thing there is that the most controversial thing about that game is the story, and I don't know if I want to wait like 4 videos to get to the thing that I'm most eager to talk about. But I don't know, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Pause on A Quiet Place Day 1, it wasted all the potential of being a prequel. Also, I've kind of been in autopilot mode for a long time, so I think I'm gonna need to stop here. I think we made some good progress today, covering the first 3 worlds. I think we're gonna stop here for now, and then we'll come back probably next week to finish the game. I have some things I gotta get done today, so I need to leave now before I run out of time. I'll answer a few quick questions if anyone still has them, but I do need to get on my way. Yeah, A Quiet Place Day 1 wasted all the potential of being a prequel. Wouldn't longer videos be harder to get through copyright? I'd argue the reverse. If it's one long video, I have to deal with copyright less often. Whereas, like, if it was the supercut, I'm only gonna have to, for Toy Story 3, I'm only gonna have to file an appeal 1 time. But for Toy Story 3, I had to file appeals for each individual video, and in the cases of parts 2 and 3, it was like 14 claims all at once, which means I had to file 28 claims because it was 14 for part 2 and 14 for part 3, or roughly. I think the numbers might be different for each one, but it was around that, and that was annoying as hell. So, yeah, I don't think copyright would be harder if it was just one. Like, I understand the logic that because the video is longer, it would be harder to get through copyright, but that only really applies if you're not willing to. If you're willing to file an appeal, like the longer video thing is for getting your video claimed in the first place. But if you're willing to file appeals and you are operating under fair use and you're willing to go through that process, the length kind of doesn't matter. At that point, it actually is more beneficial to only do it once for one long video than it is to do it 3 or 4 times for 3 or 4 different videos. You guys, people don't understand the meaning of worth the wait. No, it's not like, I'm not saying people are being ungrateful or impatient. I'm saying the parts are already out and they don't know. YouTube isn't recommending them the additional part, even though they're out, they're there. I made them, they're live. You can watch them whenever you want, but they just don't know about it. And that's what I'm talking. Like, I understand people commenting like, "Where's part 2? Where's part 3?" I will say though, I didn't really get those comments for while in the actual gap between parts 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. I didn't get those comments, I think, because I was pretty consistent, like, every 2 weeks. Like, I told people it will come out on this date, and I delivered on the release date each time, so there wasn't any, like, hey, where is it? It's the comments that I get after they're out, and you can watch them, that are like, man, come on. It's been 4 hours, only got 3 Worlds of Green Stars done. No, it's only been, like, I think 2 hours, maybe? I'd say it's probably only been, like, 2-ish hours since we started doing Green Stars. The first 2 hours we're doing the special world. So half the stream was doing the special world, half the stream was doing the Green Stars. Any plans for Christmas? Same as usual. Just relax, spend time with family. Christmas shopping with my grandmother. It's a yearly tradition. And just try to enjoy the holidays. But I can't enjoy the holidays until Toy Story 1 is behind me. It lines up pretty nicely that the anniversary is before Thanksgiving, because I'm pretty sure the Toy Story 1 love letter is going to be my last major project of the year. I'm sure I'll still cover the Toy Story 5 trailer in some capacity, but that's not going to be anywhere near as intense of a project as the Toy Story 1 love letter. And then the Sonic triple feature, but that's mainly in Guganic's hands. I'll still touch it up and everything, but that's the most of the work is being done by Gugonic on that. And then the supercut won't take me very long if I decide to do it this year, which I'm still not sure if I'm going to. A lot of them was World S, but well, to be fair, Avert wasn't here for the first half, so he wouldn't know that. Gonna go to a roller skating rink later. Ooh, I haven't been to a roller skating rink since high school. But I'll tell you what, I used to be terrible at roller skating. But so my first day of my senior year of high school, they surprised us all by taking us to a local roller rink. And we did that. And I was terrible. I was actually horrible. I got out on the rink. Within 15 seconds, I slipped and fell flat on my back. Whereas everyone else felt like they'd been skating their whole lives, because they probably had been skating their whole lives. So I really didn't know what I was doing. I was hugging the wall. I could barely keep my balance. But then, once everyone left the rink and went to go eat lunch, I had the whole area to myself. Because the lunch they were serving at this place was... What do you think it was? What do you think it was? Go ahead. Off the top of your head. You have a group of high school kids at a roller rink. What do you think they were feeding them for lunch? Go ahead. Hit me with your best shot. What guess do you think? What do you think was being served to these children or these teenagers? Milk and beef. Yeah, it's just... They just backed up a truck full of steaks and poured milk over everything. I'll let a few more answers pull in. Garbage. Yeah, they just shoveled garbage onto everybody's plates. Eat up, kids. We don't have the budget to give you actual food. Yeah, Ava and Steelborg got it correct. It was pizza. Oof. Sick burn by Avert. It was pizza, so close, Kyle. Yeah, pizza was what was served, and obviously that's not something that I can safely eat. which meant I didn't eat. Instead, I stayed on that roller rink, and I just practiced. I just went, when there was nobody else in my way I had to worry about bumping into, I could just go around in circles and practice just improving my skating skills. And by the time everyone else got back on that roller rink, ooh, I could not be stopped. I was a speed machine. I finally had it down. I don't think I could do it again now if I did it, because it's been like 6 years since I did that. But I used to be good. Not as good as I would never have been able to compete in the race, because they did a race with people who were willing to compete, and FG was in the race, and she wiped the floor with all of them. But I was good enough to not, like, to actually have some... I was good enough to be able to skate around a rink and not feel like I was seconds away from crashing and burning. And, no, I have not seen Smiling Friends. Videos don't need editors because they edit themselves. Oh, damn, you're so right. Yeah, that's... You know, it's a wonder I don't make videos faster. When, really, I just push a button and the video makes itself. Silly me. Well, if I listened to some people in my life, I could just have the videos make themselves if I use the power of AI. Anyway. Does that, since I'm allergic to beef, does that mean my dad's chili recipe doesn't contain beef? It's actually my mom. My mom's the one who would always cook chili for me. My mom and my dad cook chili very differently, and I don't like the way my dad cooked it at all. I love the way my mom cooked it. My dad, not so much. Because everyone's chili is slightly different, and I like my mom's a lot more than my dad's. But, so, the recipe they used did have beef in it, because I didn't discover I was allergic to beef until 2021. So only a couple years ago. But now it's the same recipe that I had when I was a kid, except I just substitute beef for... Instead of ground beef, I use ground chicken. Which honestly tastes way better than ground beef anyway, so... I did try turkey, though. I tried having turkey chili. That was terrible. That was actually horrible. Is that new? Guys, look in the bottom right of the screen. Did the coins and Starbit counters always move? Have I just never paid attention to that? I have never seen that before in my life. Is that because I'm sleeping? Maybe... No, it's moving... I have never seen that before. 15 years I've been playing this game, I've never seen that before. Okay. Wow, I legitimately have never seen that before in my life. If that was in the original Wii version, I had no clue. Okay, well, yeah, I guess on that groundbreaking revelation, I'll go ahead and, leave things right there. Thank you all for coming to the stream today. I had a good time. I think I would have gone insane if I didn't have you guys here to talk to, because the green stars can be kind of tedious to get. So I'm glad I had everyone here to chat with about various things. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you leave it in a better mood than you arrived in if you were having a rough day. Hopefully this brightened your mood somewhat. I'm probably going to come back next week to stream Galaxy 2, but I reserve the right to change my mind if Toy Story 1 production goes terribly and I end up needing to crunch over the weekend to get more progress on it. I'll keep you posted. We'll see what happens. For now, thanks for watching. Stay tuned for next time. I hope to catch you all soon for whatever it is you decide to watch next. Have a good day, everybody.